Okay, Unity is opening. Hello, hello. There we are. Quick audio check. Test, test, test. Everything looking good? Okay, okay. I think today will be very, very fun. Because the level is almost done. We yesterday in 6 hours built almost the entire level. Today we can do some polishing, but not too much, and then get the rest of the level set up, do some chores like some basic performance stuff, but should be relatively quick. And then we can start building some enemies and start balancing some waves. I think it's gonna be quite fun. Hello, 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 hello. Not on a train this time. Wonderful. Okay. Seems like Unity is ready to go. In that case, let's not idle around and just get going. I have to be a bit more careful this time not to constantly mumble so much, because I've watched through yesterday's VOD a little bit, and oftentimes the microphone's like over here and just mumbling in this direction or something. That's not too great. We'll try to do better. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. Place your bets today. Will it crash? At least once. Well, yesterday it looked very, very stable. I'm pretty happy with what we built so far. Maybe we'll have another quick look around to get everybody up to speed on what we built yesterday. I can't believe we built this in 6 hours. It's pretty wild. Obviously there are some out of bounds stuff here that's not quite done yet, but if you have a look at all the inbound stuff here, it's looking pretty juicy, I have to say. This area in particular I also I like. Very, very nice. We have some beautiful cliffs to build stuff on, and here we have enemy waves coming in. I'm pretty happy with what we built here. One thing to maybe think about a little more is this middle area here. Let me just build a bunch of stuff and see if we're happy with how that looks. I think we can probably just place a few more towers there, and then it's probably good. Now this area here feels very, very wide and open, if you know what I mean, but it's not necessarily a problem. Oh yeah, and we have to fix this wall. Very not sure what went wrong with this wall here. Very, very strange. Jonas is hacking? Why? Why am I hacking? How long do you plan on working on the game? Today for probably another 5 to 6 hours or something. If you mean in general, then we'll go out of early access later this year, so actually not for that much longer. We're excited for new adventures, but obviously we do wanna finish this with a bang and make sure to leave the game in a very, very good state. One thing I've also been wondering about is whether we allow the player to build a wall on this side here, but I think we'll not do a wall here, because there's mostly trees. I don't think a wall between two trees would look too great. Also, in terms of gameplay, I kind of like the idea of just having a sneaky entrance here, because there are a lot of defenses here anyway. There are a lot of cool towers and so on and so forth. So I think I'm okay with that. And for this area here, I think I'm okay with that as well. However, we can certainly experiment with maybe placing one or two more towers there. Yo, Caleb here as well. I probably pronounced that wrong. Okay. Let's say we add another tower here. Yeah, that looks decent. Oops, color scheme randomly changes sometimes. And then maybe we can just do a similar thing here. Get another tower going here. Something here so you can defend that wall. And then either we put another one nah, I think we just put one here. Do we have any good bunker tower slots already? I'm not entirely sure, but it's okay. It is okay, it is okay. Very reasonable line of defense here now. Let's count how many shrines we have. We have 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's actually a faster way to do this. Shrine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We do have one here, one here. Yeah, they're pretty evenly spread out. That's looking good. Okay, let's get through some of the chores then, and then we can get to the enemies. How many enemies do we plan to add for this level? I think 2 or 3. However, I already have very specific plans for the kinds of enemies I want to add. So before you go absolutely wild with ideas, let me show you what I have in mind. So spoiler alert, but I mean it's not really. I don't know if I have to put spoiler alert, but so I want a lot of cool siege engines. I think we'll go for definitely we need a flying siege engine, and definitely we need a siege engine that is not as vulnerable to fire, because one thing that really bothers me at the moment is that fire archers are both really good against groups of enemies and against siege engines. So I want to do something like iron siege tower on wheels or something like that, that just a bit more armored against fire. For the boss fight, I had a similar thing in mind, just a massive giant moving castle thingy. There you go, the surprise is ruined now, but I mean that's to be expected if you watch a development live stream. And then maybe I would also love to have another fast siege engine, cause there are no fast siege engines in the game. So I'm kind of trying to potentially plug some of the holes in that unit roster. So that's more or less the plan. We'll see how it goes. But first things first. For example, one thing we have to think about is when do you unlock which building. As you can see here, at the moment all of these connections are green, which means all of these buildings are unlocked at Castle Center level 1, except for this hero's quarter for some reason is unlocked at Castle Center level 2. Oh yeah, also we have to fix this wall here. So these two should be unlocked by this wall. And then for the houses was what we usually do, so that there aren't so many build slots around everywhere, is we usually connect them like this, so that once you build one house it unlocks the next, which just reduces the amount of clutter a little bit. And let's also just wire that up. No, hold on. For this one, we need this one. Damn it, no! Oh. This one should be unlocked by this one. What? What? This one is... yeah. This one is... okay. Short moment of confusion. Okay, I'll leave you the choice on which side you want to build the first house. Or do I? No. Doesn't make too much sense for these two here. So this is a bit of busy work, so if you have any questions for me or something, now's a good time to ask. You love the wheel idea? Happy to hear that. How many lines of code do you think Thronefall has approximately? And what about... Whoa. I have no idea. It's very hard to guess. There are some scripts that by themselves already have around 1,000 lines. There are a lot of short scripts, so if I had to guess, maybe from the code we wrote ourselves, because obviously there's a ton of third-party stuff and so on. Maybe, let's say, 50,000 lines. But that's a complete guess. I have not the slightest clue. There was... Something here was not correct. This is unlocked by this. And this one here is unlocked by this. That's the houses wired up. We could of course think about maybe putting some more houses here somewhere. Also, we have one gold mine down there. Do we have a second one? Yes, we do have a second one at the other end. That's nice. That way you can teleport back and forth. Two gold mines is probably generally fine. You could maybe think about adding another one at the... I don't know. So the mills are already correctly wired up. All the towers. So now one of the next things to think about is on which level you unlock which buildings. Usually the most important decision here is when you unlock which unit buildings. For these unit buildings up here, I think I want to unlock all of these on Castle Center level 2, and I think I want to unlock all of these at Castle Center level 3. And then on Castle Center level 1 you'll have to defend with towers. I think that's what I want to do. So this one, and this one. You are now hippity hoppity. Why did the color of the arrow not change? Oh, because we still have that house selected. Oops. I have to unlock that, and now we can do that. We can unlock these on Castle Center level 2. Or maybe we give, sorry, Castle Center level 1. And then we can give this one at Castle Center. I think we'll allow the player to start with some melee units. We'll be generous today. And this one, and this one is for Castle Center level 2. And I think the walls down here, should they be Castle Center level 2? I know that the mills here, they should be at least Castle Center level 1. And that means the same probably applies to these towers here. This one too. The harbor, It's okay if you build the harbor from the beginning. Is it possible to make Thronefall in batch language? I have no clue. Jonas Tyroler is Bonker's name. Is that good or bad? I have no clue. Have you become a bug? Not yet. Okay, so this wall is definitely at least a level 1 wall. Probably a level 2 wall. Okay. Let's see how that feels in game in terms of what you can build when. Any genre you would like to do in the future after Thronefall? Multiplayer, online multiplayer. No, I'm very open to anything really. There are lots and lots of options. Okay, I mean that feels like a lot of towers you can build right at the beginning. I think we might wanna tone that down a bit and just not have any of the bottom towers here unlocked. Maybe even nothing except for the mills, which would make the mills very difficult to do. Yeah. Okay, definitely a couple fewer towers. Oh, the music stopped. Okay, let's say these are all activated on level 1. Let me check on the music. I will through that here. Will you Thronefall? Mashup between all games. If you don't know what genre to develop, just make every genre at once. You need to predict accurately when Jonas is about to take a glance at chat. That sounds like a very fun game. The problem I have is I only have 2 monitors, and I usually already use 2 monitors to work, so I'm a bit tricky to put the chat somewhere as well. Okay, I forgot some towers on the low ground there. you, and you all become activate by level 1 castle center. And maybe some of you even become level 2 castle center towers, I'm not sure. But which ones would be most optional? Yeah, usually it goes like that. Usually there are just a couple of things where you need castle center 3 for. Maybe some of these very, very frontline towers. Okay, let's say these are all level 3 towers. I think that makes sense. And we have here basically the tier 1 area, the tier 2 area, and the tier 3 area. I think that makes sense. Will we get a map editor? Probably not from us. I have some idea how complex that would be now that we've made a Willy Snail map editor. And I think it would be rather complicated considering all of the steps we currently go through to make a Thronefall map. Building all of that into an easy to use editor tool and then making sure that all of the nav mesh stuff always works correctly, that really sounds like quite a nightmare. One day you will 100% Thronefall, one day. I have to say, it's not an easy game to 100%. Definitely not. Okay, see, now this feels more like what we should be able to build on tier 1. Still not sure about those helicopter landing spots. So we have all of them from the beginning. Spoiler warning, what these allow you to do is basically spawn in some additional enemies for quite a lot of extra gold. So I think having them in the back of the base is fair enough. And let's upgrade the castle center. See how it looks then. Okay, now we have most of the tower options in the middle here, and we can build the walls, and we can build the mills, and we can... yes. What is... that is completely misplaced. How did that end up there? Oh no, we wanted... oh, that is not misplaced, that is supposed to be there. Because I remembered us putting that into the mine here, but that cave is now for spawning enemies. And the reason why it looks weird is because there's a slope here. I've never done this before, but maybe we can just sneakily fix this by rotating the building. Only problem now is it's not. Yeah, actually that should work. Okay. Now, the next step in the level building process is to assign an ID to every object for the safe load system. For that, Paul has already built a very nice tool. Let's try to find it. Window, or is it in, oh, it's in tools probably. And let me just click override all GUIDs. And now all of these buildings should have a proper ID assigned. Yes, they do, so let's save. Next up, let's do some quick performance optimization on all of the trees and rocks. There's the terrain. Oh, why all of, okay, these rocks are in the rocks folder. And the trees are in the trees folder. That makes things a lot easier. I have the terrain here, and then we have the water here. And now everything is very, very tidy. Let's select all of the rocks. Make them static. Now selecting the trees is a bit more difficult. Essentially have to expand everything, then collapse everything maybe. And now can we okay, whatever, I'll just set all of these to static. And now I'll set all of the parent objects to not static. Okay. Very good, very good. Now we make all of the terrain objects static. Now we just need to find the correct object. Where is it? Okay, it's right here. No, that's not the one. Oh, dang it. Ah, yippee, yippee, yippee. Here, runtime fusion. Auto assign. And now all of the trees should have a static mesh fusion source. Now I'm not quite sure if we need to remove the static tag again. Let's try it out if it works. Hey Jan! Happy to have you here again as well. What if the enemies made footsteps? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. So you can see the path enemies will go in the next turn. The problem is that's difficult to predict because it might change depending on where you place your defenses. Also, different enemies have different rules for what they attack and so on, so it's not sure. Okay. What did I just implement? Right, I just implemented performance stuff. No, this is not correct. This is not what should be happening. Okay, so we ironically need to make them all not static now. Fine. Select everything. Make everything not static. And hope that it works now. Pray to the optimization gods. Oh. Will there be more bosses? Yes. If we add an invisible enemy that only has footsteps, that could be more interesting, yeah. However, what would be the mechanic? Maybe you can only melee attack them. But as mentioned, I don't want to inspire you to come up with many new enemy designs. I'm fairly locked in which enemies I want to have on this map. Okay, let's click another tree. Yes, it worked. So what you can see now is that basically all of these trees have been combined into one mesh automatically. And the same for the rocks and for the other trees here. So that drastically reduces the amount of draw calls. And that is all looking good. All looking good for the terrain. I'm not sure if this necessarily works for the terrain. It doesn't, because the terrain is made of procedurally generated meshes, so it doesn't work for that. Okay. Fair enough, then we should probably remove the mesh fusion resources from those. Remove component. Okay, and that is honestly, that is I think every high priority task that we had to take care of before starting with the enemies. Because now the level is fairly playable. The only thing that's still annoying me a little bit is the nav mesh here and there. Oh, and also we need to set up the flyer nav mesh. We don't have a flyer nav mesh yet. Okay, so there's a bit more busy work, but then we'll get to the enemies. Problem is, oftentimes when I look at chat, I have no clue what you're talking about, because I'm lacking the context. But it's fine. It's fine. You do your thing, I do mine thing. So here we have a problem with flying nav mesh. The nav mesh is not really touching the ground. Here enemies can go around, which will be a bit annoying for playtesting, so we should fix that real quick. Yeah, here it is leaking out a bit, but that's not such a big problem. Why did this part not get deleted? It's so strange. This isn't connected to anything. Okay, let's walk our units across the map and see where they are flying. Just to see where that is a problem. Squid and Thronefall when? Maybe he's always been in there, who knows? Maybe he's in control of the simulation. Okay, follow me, my nav mesh detectors. So here you are quite obviously flying. But anywhere else? Or are the other spots fine? There was also a spot where catapults kind of went underground. I think that was around here. No, but that's looking okay. I think it's just that one spot. Okay. Well, that's good news. It's sort of the thing with game development is you get these unexpected problems. I did not really encounter this specific issue before, and so now it's let's try a couple of random things on how we could fix this. So, attempt 1. Let's see if we can find any useful settings. Edge simplification. What is this music? Edge simplification. What happens if we lower the edge simplification? Do we assume we get a more detailed mesh then? But is it closer to the ground? So we definitely do have more vertices. Oh, but it's still flying. We have a mesh with a nav mesh with more vertices that is still flying. Okay, that's not a solution then. Man, as silly as it sounds, but I think I know only one fix to this problem that I know works. And that would be adding a rock here. Lol. Because that forces the nav mesh to break here. I mean, if it works, then fair enough, I'll just put a rock there. And when you play the level, you will exactly know why there's a rock. Mom, I know why this rock is there. Yeah, see, that fixed it. Just, yeah, I think it also looks okay. Okay. We fixed the flying units problem. Next up, we shall fix enemies walking around your wall problem. There's an easy fix for this. We'll go into the invisible walls folder here and just create a cube. Why do 3D programs always spawn your objects in the end of the world? I have no clue. Ah, Jesus Christ. We'll just create a very, very quick and dirty invisible wall here, just to ensure enemies don't go over the mountain here. That should do the trick. Now if we hit bake, bake again. Voila. Next problem. Oh, there's another thing where I don't want enemies to go, which is here. I mean, there will be a more accurate, sophisticated fix for this later once we draw the level boundaries and the collider for the player. But for now, let's just fix it like this. Should we name the rock the Great Nefmesh Protector? That's a good idea. The Great Nefmesh Protector. It grounds the units on the ground. So now for the Flyer Nefmesh. The Flyer Nefmesh is quite a tricky problem, because essentially we need another surface like this that is a bit further from the ground, and that is surprisingly difficult to achieve. But I found a good hack to get a good base to start with, and that is to go into our terrain. Grab all of our paths, copy them, then we go into our flyer surface folder and just paste them in there. Change the material to something default. No, not default. Okay, then I guess we'll go with. I just want a white, normal-looking material. Don't we have that? Apparently not. Test. Whatever. We'll go with the test smack part. Or new water. New material. Oh, new material is good. Whatever that is, I don't really care. And now we can just move this up. To to roughly to the point where only the tips of the towers are visible. And now we can, in theory, just bake our nav mesh on that. Flyer surface, where are you? The only problem is that, for example, for flying units, you don't necessarily want them to always fly around, right? Fun thing about flying units is that, for example, they might also go just fly up a cliff like that. That's a bit tricky, because in theory we can add a ramp here, but then it sometimes causes different problems where now maybe the unit can't reach the tower that it wants to attack anymore, and just weird stuff like that may happen. So we have to be a bit careful. But in general, the idea is that we just create some... I think spheres work pretty well. Oh yeah, creating the flyer nav mesh is always very painful process. At the very least, you're here to suffer with me now. So for example, if we want flyers to be able to fly up here, we somehow need to build a ramp for them. That's quite a high slope. Oh. Okay, different idea. What if we grab this path and just extend it? Actually, that's pretty big brain now that I think about it. Why did I never come up with this before? I mean, it remains to be seen how well it works exactly, but don't really see why it wouldn't. Obviously this can cause some other problems, like suddenly not being able to go up here again. I don't really like how this looks on this side. I think we'll just not do it here. Flyers not gonna be able to fly up here. I'm okay with that. And then for these here, I mean, honestly, they're so small, it's not really gonna do much. Okay. I mean, we might as well just try what happens. Pray to the bake gods is activated. Make the chill forest next, where everybody just becomes too chill. I really love your interesting path system. I would really need to figure it out. I mean, that's not something we built. That's just A-Star plugin. Okay, flyer surface. Honestly, for a first attempt, this looks surprisingly good. Let's see if we can get rid of those spots by increasing the min region size. Yes, we can. Man, bells are constantly ringing. And I'm entangled in my own cables. Gotta go. Alright, see ya. So for some reason, here it did not connect correctly, but I was already worried about that region, so I think we'll just remove flyer access from that. Other than that, things looking okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not deleting some of the nav mesh parts anymore that are touching the sides. Yeah, I have to fix that again at some point, but it's not a big problem for now. Bye, Zig. What can you tell about the balance straight up just by looking at it? Have you been testing it earlier? This sounds like a question that is not directed to me, which is fine. Just the random moments I decide to look at chat. Good. A flyer surface. That's incredible. So there's good news and bad news. The good news is I think we're really ready to start building enemies now. The bad news is I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll leave you with another siege to this wonderful castle. Hi, Dabo is also going. See you around. Oh, my controller fell to the ground. Okay. Place your bets. Can just 6 towers defend against the onslaught of enemies? I will fully upgrade them. Let's say we build a sniper tower. Another heavy ballista here. And then we build castle towers with double shots here. And then we'll build armor towers with fire here. And then fine, you'll also get something to defend the rollers, cause they'll be slamming in here. Okay, place your bets. I'll be back in a second. Oh, that was a bit too easy one, huh? Who got it correctly? Yeah, that's a lot of enemies. Okie dokie. Let's start building enemies and then let's start balancing some waves. I'm very excited. I think we'll start with the rolling tower. Before that, I'll do a quick git commit so we get to save all of our progress. Freifort level design. Commit. Okay. So here's a collection of all of our enemies so far. Usually what I do when I create a new one is I just duplicate the one that is closest to what I want to create and then modify it from there. I think what we start with is probably the meshes in Blender, or at least placeholder meshes. So there's a good chance Paul will retouch them later, but it's Blender time! Gambling to Thronefall. Should we add that as an official gambling feature? Guess who's gonna win? Alrighty. So It's always interesting to suddenly change camera controls from one software to another. I want a rolling tower that looks like it's made of iron or something. I'm wondering if we should duplicate the one of the existing towers, or if I should just build one from scratch. I'm feeling like, especially for a placeholder, just duplicating an existing one is the way to go. We duplicated this one. Let's call it Iron Tower Enemy. No clue what that music is, but I dig it. I don't quite want it to look that solid at the bottom there, as it's gonna be mounted on a vehicle. In fact, I think we can just remove those vertices and pull those down. Okie dokie. Next step, let's add wheels. If I find the correct hotkey, there we go. Okay, that created it in the end of the world, or where did you create it? Yeah, here. I don't want it there. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Okay. Is this going in a good direction? I think it is. Now we want to differentiate it a little bit from the player towers, just a little bit, I feel like. It still looks a bit too much like a stone tower. The better of a job we do with our placeholder, the less trouble Paul will have later on. While it's also not the end of the world. It's not perfect. Maybe like this? Why can I not select the entire edge here? Okay, whatever. Spikes will have a metal feel. That was what I was thinking as well. But very, very good point, Yen. Thanks. So I think what we can try first of all is some if we do something like this, I think, yeah. Maybe even like this. Yeah, I think Jan is absolutely right. That's what we need to do. Already looks a lot more metally. The wheels look like wood. I think the reason why they look like wood is because of these things here. So for the wheels as well, we should try to find a way to make them look a bit more metal. How do these look? That's okay, I think I know how to fix these. I think the spikes look quite high, but you have to remember that this is the perspective we'll roughly see it from later. So, and from this perspective, the spikes, I don't think will even look all that high. Have the spike point outwards. Oh. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. That's actually quite good. Maybe just a little outwards, maybe like so. Gotta go, have fun, thank you. Tower versus tower, exactly. Give the wheels spikes. Okay, okay. The thing with the wheels is, ideally I would love a wheel design that is symmetrical so that we don't have to actually rotate them, if you know what I mean. If there are very visible spikes on the wheels, then we'll be forced to animate them. But one thing we definitely need to get rid of are these things here. They don't sell the metal look at all. A bit of a weird experiment, but sometimes they work out. What if we make these a bit more spiky? Yeah. Let's see. It was worth a try. And let's not over-engineer this part. Let's rather worry about the wheels. I think one way to make this look a bit more irony could just simply be something like this. Actually, I think that does the trick. Yeah, I think that works, yeah. Don't ask why I'm building this without the symmetry modifier. I think I just like, I enjoy self-torture or something. So, can we smooth the surface, please? I mean, smooth shade, not smooth. Excellent. Yeah, that's pretty nice. You think the building needs a bit more depth to it, but you have to remember this is what we'll see in game. I think we should probably try it out in game before we make any harsh judgment calls on that. Okay, I say we throw this in the game and just see how it looks in game before we do any more with that. We need to see it in context. Alrighty. Duplicate the archer and call it Iron Tower. You are now an Iron Tower. Iron Tower. Let's grab a placeholder icon. Here you go. Then for the main mesh, we should grab our Iron Tower. Solid. Pivot not set correctly though. Now there are a couple of things I have to fix here. First and foremost, we can delete all of this, which then also means we can delete all of the missing stuff from the feedback and from the animator scripts. For the unit audio, we can select rolling. And then just select the Giant fly, siege roll, yeah, exactly. Death effect is siege. And damage is siege. Okay. Then next up, the RVO controller. Where is it? Oh. There it is. You shall be bigger, much bigger. And much taller. Very good. Then we just need to adjust the collider. And then a couple more things just to get this started. The tags is an enemy-owned ranged fighter, does not take increased damage from towers, is not naturally vulnerable to splash, and is also no longer humanoid, but it is now a siege engine. Health should probably be around 200. And then for its behavior, for now we can just say it acts exactly like an archer, I guess. But we'll give it very, very fast attack speed. And spawn attack height. Like, I mean, how tall is this thing? Definitely a lot taller than an archer. So where do we need to spawn the attacks? 1.5. More like 6. That should be the basic setup done. So now we should just be able to come into our enemy spawner and spawn some of these guys. You gotta look at Molten Steel's comment, it's the cutest thing. I love these streams as I know my own project so long. It's scrolling, hold on. Your daughter loves Will You Snail and you love watching the streams while you work. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Perhaps one day she'll enjoy Thronefall as well. We shall see. I have a feeling a lot of people watch live streams while they work. Let's grab some berserks, maybe. I have a feeling we'll need a couple more. But in general, we just want to see how these enemies look in context now. They're going sideways. I think their look is not bad, honestly. I think I actually really like her look, but there are some obvious. Okay, they just made one of those typical shots over the entire map. And that happens when a unit respawns on the other side of the map, but they've already shot it. Anyway, towers. Where's your health bar? Because that one was awfully misplaced. Also your beefy boys, so we probably want the health bar to be a bit wider. Let's say maybe 300. And also your mesh is just not rotated correctly. Other than that, I kind of liked it. Let's have a look at that again. Don't talk about payments in public. Which payments? Do fire archers do more damage against siege machine? Yes, they do. But they will not against the iron tower. That's the exact idea of the iron tower, is for the enemies to have a counter against fire archers. But every other siege engine, yes, does take very heavily increased damage from fire. They do rotate a bit much, don't they? I think they rotate every time they attack. They don't really have to do that. Okay, let's see if we can remove the amount of rotation a bit. Also, as you might have spotted if you have a good eye, they are floating a bit, but I think that's a Nefmesh problem. You might have to place another protector stone there. So first of all, how do we get rid of the erratic rotations? I think one of the problems is that every time they attack, they rotate in the direction of their attack target. As they can shoot from each of these sides anyway, I don't think they have to rotate to attack. So how do we get rid of that functionality? Rotate forward. So what if we just unbind the attack here to none? And the regular smooth time, we can just increase that to make them rotate more slowly. I hope that's how that works. And the unit audio needs to be louder. Let's check out the RAM for reference. 0.5, 0.5, 0.7, 0.5. Why don't you have instant play mode in Unity? Honestly, I don't think I've heard of that before. If it's one of those things where there's no good reason not to have it, then I'm not sure. Probably just didn't know about it. You love the tower spinning in place. Well, sorry about that. It seems like we fixed it. Still very much, you can still very much feel how they're being bullied though. Victory! Okay, next up, let's give them their own attack object. They do share the archer attack at the moment. I'll duplicate that. And turn it into Iron Tower. Alright, so the Iron Tower, their projectiles I feel like should be a lot faster. And I also think they shall have quite a bit of a bigger range. Damage numbers I think are okay. Maybe they can do slightly more damage than an archer shot, but they have a faster fire rate, so they already do quite a bit more damage. Let's have a look here. Archer, Iron Tower. So now we are using the Iron Tower weapon, and we can. Let's try doubling the range. Make units push the tower, and if they are dead, it will stand in place. Ah, I know what you mean. Units, basically additional units behind the tower, pushing the tower. I think for the specific design role I want them to fill, I'd rather have them move by themselves. Also, the other siege engines in our game already do that anyway, right? We have catapults and rams all magically pushing themselves. So, in terms of fantasy, we've already broken that rule anyway. Now let's check out the new tower range. Yeah, that seems more like it. Whoa! That's a lot of damage. Okay, they're quite strong now. However, one problem we still have to fix is that I think fire archers will still shred them. Just for the fun of it, let's try it out. Once they lose X amount of health, they would function like a normal tower. That's an interesting idea. I'm a bit scared that it may result in some odd stalemate scenarios when you have only towers to defend and their towers are out of reach. Fire archers, where are ya? I have a feeling fire archers will be absolutely insane against this. But only if they quit standing around. Why are their projectiles so slow? Fire archers already aren't even that good against them. Okay, that's a little bit surprising. I thought they would absolutely shred them. Does it just feel like fire archer projectiles are suddenly very, very slow, or have they always been like that? Why do Grizzly Games developers love naming games with caps? I think this is mostly a Friedemann thing, I agree. But it seems to have worked out alright so far, so... What works, works. Maybe the fire archer's projectiles just look slow because all of the other projectiles got so much faster. I mean, let's check out fire archers next to longbows. I guess it's okay. Whoa! A snipe across the entire map. I mean, if fire archers already aren't that good against them, then perhaps we don't even need an additional nerf. Okay, so I assume they've always had a range of 25. One thing I've just noticed about fire archers, they're not very eager to get into combat. That felt a bit strange. I think we increase their detection range a little bit. We don't want fire archers idling around. I mean, the Fire Archer burn does triple damage against Siege Engine compared to other enemies. That's quite wild. But I guess the towers just have a lot of health at the moment. Okay, but something we actually have to do that I've not done before is here for the Fire Archer burn. This should do reduced damage against fire and explosion resistant. We'll just say this does maybe we'll just undo the fire bonus and say it does a third of the damage. That seems fair enough. Then there are a couple of other fire effects. Fire Wing. But this one doesn't even do bonus damage against Siege for some reason. And then there's also the towers. Tower Ballista, Tower Healing. Explosive Tower Burn. So the Tower Burn. This one does a bit of bonus damage against siege weapons. And there's also the hot oil. Where are the particles? Nowhere to be found. Damn it, where's the hot oil pouring? Oh, where did we put that? Pour hot oil. Here it is. Damage modifiers. I mean, it won't really happen often that towers will be right next to each other, I don't think. But if it's fire and explosion resistant, then it shall take a reduced damage from that. And our tower is fire and explosion resistant. Okay, well, that's the most important qualities of that new enemy implemented now. And I think we don't necessarily have to overcomplicate things. I think I'm pretty happy with this enemy now. We can just move on to the next enemy if we want to. You mean once they place themselves down, they could just slowly lose health? I like your idea from a fantasy perspective. I'm just thinking what just from a gameplay perspective. I am not entirely sure. Wait, do they outrange towers? Oops. Seems like they actually outrange normal towers. Which range do towers, normal player towers have? Check. So defense towers have a range of 36. That means iron towers should have a range of 35 or something. Yeah, we don't want them to outrange normal towers. Really cool if they spawn 2 to 3 archers when they get destroyed. I agree, it would be cool. I get very irrational fears about performance problems with spawning enemies. I know. Designing enemies with me is not very fun. I'm shutting down all of your ideas. That's why I gave you the warning early on that I have a pretty good idea of what I want to build. Let's just see if my tower can actually attack them now. Yes, it can. I'm wondering, should we revisit the model and maybe add a couple more spikes, as Yen suggested? I feel like there's some room at the bottom here for sure. Wait, how would that avoid a stalemate? God, I clicked some weird button. From a fantasy perspective, the spikes need to be more to the side, right? To stop attackers on the ground. I'll just see if that made it better or worse. Spikes on wheels! Okay, I think I know what you mean. At least there's... at least there's one solution I could imagine. We could try something like this, if you would like, because this is still symmetrical and doesn't actually require us to animate anything, which is wonderful. Alright, yeah, it's quite a spiky one now. We shall see how it looks in game. Yesterday you worked for 6.5 hours straight without a break. How do you get your focus on point for such a long time? Yeah, I think it's one of the things I'm decently good at is staying focused if I want to get something done. That might be one of my secret superpowers. However, I feel like there are people who are even better than this than I am. For example, about 6 hours is, I think, definitely the limit for me personally. However, I feel, or at the very least when collaborating with Yen, I often felt like he had even a longer breath than I did. Well, a couple of these boys. Yeah, let's see how the spikes look. That's what we're here for. Ooh, I like it. They look a lot beefier and more dangerous now, which is good because they are quite dangerous. They need a bigger death particle effect. I just saw one of them die and poop, a little sprinkle of particles. I don't think that's quite right. Enemy death FX. Enemy death FX large, larger, small, very large. Oh no, which is the correct one? Let's try large. Let's try large. Also, if you struggle with focus, consider streaming. I mean, it has both upsides and downsides. I mean, the upside is, for example, if you struggle with getting distracted by answering emails or browsing on Twitter, then I 100% agree, because you just can't really do that on stream. But at the same time, it also introduces new distractions. Come closer. Come into range of my tower. I think the look of these towers is really, really nice now. Okay, and the death effects are also more reasonable sized. Okay, honestly, I'm quite happy with that enemy. Except for some of the smoothing here is wrong. These edges are not supposed to be soft shaded. was always wondering why is this not working with edges? There's no reason to. No, that's wrong. I feel like I'm lacking the Blender knowledge for an important feature. I feel like there's some feature where you can define edges that should not be soft shaded. But I don't know that feature, so it is what it is. Okay, should we just move on to the next enemy then? And to the next song that doesn't put me to sleep. Next up, I would love to go... Or I guess I'll let you decide. Should we try the wind boat or should we try the wheel next? I think the wind boat is the easier one, because that's just another... The wind boat is essentially a flying iron tower. Easy one or difficult one? See you again. Take care. Wheel! Okay. Pinku, you decided. I see one wind boat as well. I see another wind boat. Okay, wind boat it is. Yep. Let's give that a go then. I wonder how we would create a placeholder model for that. Start with the difficult. I think the community has decided. You were first, but like 3 other people were second with the wind boat. No more discussion, it's decided now. So maybe we just start with the sphere. Or with the cylinder. I guess a cylinder is maybe better. Wind boat, wind boat. First of all, make it bigger. Secondly, make it longer. Excuse me. We successfully built a bean. Good thing is in a fantasy game doesn't really matter if it looks realistic or what it looks like. It's supposed to be quite a chunky boy though, so we do need to add some detail. Yeah, we do want it a bit bulkier in the middle for sure. What do we do with the tip here? That looks like a tail. Fair enough, then that's gonna be the tail. Already pretty happy, I gotta say. Just gotta figure out what to do with this box down here. What happened to the music? We're somehow ended up in the meditation music rabbit hole again. Oh no, this face is messed up. Maybe something like this could work. Yeah. I think I like the general direction of that. Just gotta make sure it keeps the medieval look somehow. Maybe we can add some, try to make it look a bit more fantasy-ish. What if we add a wing on top here? I think one of my biggest 3D modeling unlocks was the realization that you can just bash shapes into each other. Because what I did when I started 3D modeling, I started with a cube and then I tried to extrude everything out of just that one cube somehow and have everything be connected as one mesh. But once you realize you can just stuff shapes into each other without necessarily having to connect them, that was a really big unlock for me, I gotta say. Okie dokie. Oh, that certainly adds flavor. I think we just skip a couple of songs ahead. Another one. Nah. Small one. Ah. Oh, that could be kind of nice. Tiny bit of detail here would be nice. Blender, where did my handles go? Why is the animation running? Blender, what are you doing? Stop! Okay. Yeah, so we did all of that, and it turns out I don't like it. Yeah, perhaps something like this is what I've been missing. Okay, let's try that. I think that looks for the most part pretty juicy. One thing we can maybe try is smooth shading all of this. But maybe actually seeing the faces might have also added to the look a bit, I'm not sure. We shall see in a moment. So this time I think we'll just duplicate one of the flying enemies. One that is relatively similar might, for example, be the Fury. I think it needs a kind of fin on the tail. I see what you mean. Yeah, I think that is an improvement. Good idea. Kinda big. Chunky boy. So once again, there's probably some stuff we need to fix here. Unit spawn, scale animation, unit attack. Yeah. Should also turn quite slowly, probably. Then for the audio, fly big sounds about right. Maybe that one can have more of a snipe attack. Death is siege and damage is siege. Let's start this one out with 200 health as well for now. Where are the attacks? Enemy owned, ranged, flying, not a monster, but a siege engine. And for now, let's just test how it looks. The health bar, we can already know it's not gonna be in the correct position, so fix it up a little bit. Make it a bit wider. Change the name, change the icon. Oh, we don't actually spawn any of these yet. Oops. Great, now it can wiggle its tail to move around. How are you exporting from Blender? The thing is, you don't have to export anything. Just drag the Blender file into Unity. Okay. Right. There was a problem. We did not spawn any red yet. So here, instead of the iron towers, let's spawn a bunch of wind boats. Oh, great. I called them wind boats. No, oh, I called them correctly. Okay, never mind. Usually I keep misnaming things. Why do you only have such a small number of sounds? Because we're lazy. Also, the list of sounds you just saw was just the applicable unit sounds. Obviously, there are more sounds in the game. But yeah, it's the truth. We reuse unit sounds as often as we can. Like if you think about how a 2-person team can make a game like this, it's by taking lots of shortcuts. Wind boats, show yourselves. Ooh, chunky boys. Oh my god. They have some sort of animation on them still. And their sound is not very fitting. So multiple things. I think we can most definitely, if we keep them at this size, which I think we will because it's really cool, they can have they can more health, they can have quite a bigger health bar. And we gotta get rid of that wobble animation somehow. Where is it though? Where's your wobble? You can run, but you can't hide. Right, these are only the movement sounds for the units. Yeah, I think the way to go about this for now is to just turn the volume of the fly sound to 0, because I don't think we have a fitting movement sound for these yet. So let's just rather not have them make any sound for now. Are you using A-Star for pathfinding? Yes. We do. Why not make sound effects with 11 laps? For the time being, I would say it's not worth the trouble with the community that you get into when you use AI-generated stuff for creative work. Oh, nice. Okay, next problem, they are clipping inside of each other. I know why that is. I do know why that is. Let's fix one problem at a time, but I very, very much like the vibe of it. That's really, really cool. Now we can't make this fit the shape exactly, so we'll have to do an approximation. But I think This would probably be fine. And then for the collider, where's the collider? For the collider we can do a more accurate representation. I mean, not really, it's still a box, but... Okay. And then this is definitely a big enemy, so here collider for big enemies. Bam, there you go. Chunky boy. Then now, if everything looks good now, then the next thing to worry about is the attacks of the thing. And I think this will have 2 attacks, one anti-building attack and one anti-ground whatever attack. Is that balloon too big? That's a good question, if it's too big or not, but I feel like it feels quite epic to kill big things, if you know what I mean. Killing big things is kind of epic. Where are the archers? Dang it. Let's have a look at it again and you tell me if it's too big or not. I don't think they are too big. I think they feel really epic. They need a bigger death effect. Certainly, certainly. That's one more thing I noticed. Not small. I think we're gonna go with larger. So quite large, quite a large death effect. And now as for the first attack, I think I want to duplicate essentially the crossbow attack. The windboat crossbow. Yeah, and this one doesn't do a lot of damage against buildings. That actually all looks good. I think we'll just keep that exactly the same. And then here the windboat, auto attack. I'll just change that to windboat. Maybe increase the range a little bit. Now this one should definitely not attack player units. I mean, it should attack them, but it should not chase them. And the auto attack prioritizes ranged fighters. That's interesting. Bit too complicated. Just attack player units and then anything player owned. Player owned. Player unit. And then if there are no units, then just attack anything player owned. Okay. I'm starting to learn game development. That is very nice. Nose and the fins are outside of the collider. Yeah, that is fine. The bounding box mostly decides for splash damage effects and so on, decides whether the unit is in range or not. It's not like this is a precision combat game. Oops, built the wrong tower. Oh, it attacks very, very slowly. That's not quite what I had in mind. Crossbow. It can attack a bit more often. How about once per second? Maybe a bit more damage as well, I'm not sure. But I guess it's still mainly a siege engine, so the main trouble this will make you is that it will target your buildings and bomb them down. Yeah, the flying sausages are coming. Hide! I already make games, but I just get demotivated so fast watching stream helps for some reason. Yeah, I mean, game development is unfortunately rather lonely in a way. Or it can be. I guess it really depends on the team configuration and all that. Oh. Oh, that is... I didn't even know that's possible. The wind boats are now spawning crossbow enemies. I mean, that's cool, but that's not what I wanted. Projectile. Bow. Quick sling. Ballista. Yeah, I mean, I want some chunky shots that are very, very visible. That's what I want. Yeah, that was confusing. That's cool, keep that. The problem with Thronefall is that it's very not extremely well performance optimized. So we have a pretty hard limit on the amount of units we can have. And enemies that constantly spawn in units are a bit of a... they definitely scare me for performance reasons. Alrighty. Yeah, that is what I'm talking about. They should fire some beefy anti-ground shots. So that you certainly want to stay out of their way. They currently do shit damage against buildings. I mean, they could just keep that attack against buildings, but I feel like we probably want a cooler anti-building attack, don't we? Did you look into the Unity job system? I'm familiar. But it's also like, I don't know, I could show our to-do list again and then you would understand why maybe that's not on the top of the priority list. Also, I have to say the performance is usually very, very good with the amount of units we have, but that is specifically because we limit the amount of units very carefully. Alrighty. I guess we give the wind boat another attack. Another one. Can we easily do that? How does that work with the unit audio? Or maybe we can just add another unit audio script. Another one. We probably can. Are you using ECS? Nope. And it's certainly too late to switch now. Are you using version control? Not Unity version control. We're just using GitHub. Unity isn't ECS, but Bevy is. I've tried Bevy for a little bit, but what I found very frustrating is that even just rendering simple square or circle turned out to be a lot more complicated than I imagined. I really like the idea of Rust and Bevy. But I wonder why things that should be simple are so complicated. Unity does have ECS. It's just not the default way to build things in Unity at the moment. I really hope that just honestly ECS is just for most games I think a better architecture. I hope that more game engines just move to ECS by default. Alright. I'm a bit tempted from a simplicity point of view to just change the windboard attack to do more damage against buildings and then just leave it at that. That will be the simplest and fastest way, and then we can move on to the wheel enemies. Perhaps we'll do that. Let's at least give it a go and see how it feels. Here we go. Windboat. So here we have does only 15% damage against buildings. Let's just remove that. Does normal damage against buildings. And with that, it should pretty much melt our towers. Suppose you want more units. Where do you see optimization potential? I think it's a lot of small things. One thing that takes up a lot of performance at the moment is distance checking. So all of the units basically constantly check the distance to all other units to decide which one to target and which one to attack. And this distance checking, I feel like, would definitely be a point that could be optimized. The way I optimized it so far is just by reducing how often it happens. So units don't check the distance to all other units every frame. They do it like twice per second or something like that. Pretty low rate. That helps, but in big fights, the distance checking is still somewhat of a problem. Garbage management is a problem, because we don't do any pooling. Do you think the wind boats should be a bit beefier? Or are they fine? I think they're probably fine, right? Oh, they shoot. They freaking shoot dead enemies. I was wondering why they didn't attack me. God damn it, you freaking wind boats. You're not supposed to shoot dead enemies. You're only supposed to shoot things that are alive. Lol. Okay. But truth be told, I think I just like them the way they are. Nice and simple. Paul will also thank us for not making things too complicated when he has to polish things up. They seem to be quite low on the ground. We can make them a bit higher. But generally I would prefer to keep them relatively low, I think. Okay. How about so? Then we move the collider a little bit as well. Collider, where are you? Let's give that a try. I'm making my first commercial game. Can you give me tips for planning and all, please? Most importantly, start by figuring out what your goals and priorities are. For example, if your only goal is to make a commercially viable game, then my advice would be very different than when you say, but I also wanna have a project in mind that I really wanna execute. I've always wanted to make this and this game. Or if you're like, I don't actually care about making money, I just want to have fun while doing so, then my advice would also look different. So what exactly you're trying to achieve really matters for the advice I would give you. And the best advice to start with is to figure out what you want, because it's oftentimes not as easy as it seems to figure that out. We'll defend up here this time. More like commercial success. In that case, I think the best advice is to make very, very tiny games, for sure. For multiple reasons. Actually, tiny games can be just as successful as bigger games. Secondly, as an indie developer, it's very difficult to compete on scale. So it's better, and I feel like it's easier to compete on quality and novelty than on scale, for sure. And that's just easier with small games. So you intentionally sacrifice on the size and scope of your game, but you make it really, really good. People don't really care about short games. They just wanna make sure that time is well spent. For example, I would definitely study games like Mini Metro, Mini Motorways. Maybe some of the games we or Paul made in the past, like Islanders or The Ramp. Successful. I would certainly study those. And then the good thing about those is you can make those faster. If it fails, then you have a faster iteration cycle. You can just try again. Okay, I think these enemies seem pretty good now. I think they were a bit higher from the ground. I didn't spot anything wrong with them, so I think we move on to the next enemy. let's not get hung up on details. The wheel. I'm not entirely sure yet if that will make it into the game, but we should give it a try. I feel like we should give it a try. Shouldn't be too hard to make, should be a fast one. Man, this happens every time. I'm sure there's some epic hotkey to connect all of this automatically. Unfortunately, I do not know that hotkey. I feel like a lot of the superpowers when modeling in Blender just come from knowing which features exist and how they're called, because even if you know how they're called, you can just search for them in the search bar. But if you don't know they exist, or if you don't know how they're called, then you are screwed. Dang it. Scale without Y. Okay. Now we just need to figure out how to fill that. Can we just select the entire edge and press F? Oh, we can. That is nice. Still seems a bit big. I guess so. Loop cut twice. Select all of those faces. And here, oops. Excuse me. Here comes the magic. Here comes the magic. Not bad. And now whoever wanted spikes on the wheel earlier, if they're still here, I'll try to do my best and make you happy. Now, for some reason, from a fantasy perspective, I think just this thing rolling around would be a bit weird. Metal wheel? I mean, I'm not sure if it specifically has to be metal. Could be. Too many spikes. Fair enough. If we zoom out, we don't really see anything anymore. But then let's say we just do 1/4 of the spikes, and is that enough then? I think now we're getting there. But the thing being is, I still think from a fantasy perspective, just this wheel rolling around would look a bit weird. So I think I need to come up with something. More like a double wheel with maybe something in between, you know. I think that would be better. Oh, that was an oopsie. Man! No, actually that was correct. That's the way I wanted it. I think something like this would be more believable. This is more believable because there's something in the middle and you can sort of imagine that maybe that controls the wheel, and also it doesn't look like it will fall over any second now. Let's try that. Let's just see how that looks in game. What kind of game? It's a strategy, tower defense, minimalist strategy game, and it's in Unity. Okie dokie dokie dokie. So which enemy do we duplicate this time? I think it's obvious. We take one of the rolling ones that are already rolling. Then where are they? Where are they? Yeah, maybe just grab the exploder. Delete the claws. Oh, it's large. Do we want it to be large? I guess we can try. I assume we probably won't want it that large. Although we don't want it to explode on death. But we do want it to have the large death effect. Health bar, doobie doobie. This wheel is massive, Jesus Christ. I think it's definitely too big. Okay, let's give it a new icon. Placeholder icon. I think this will do. Mining games do well. Yeah, it's always difficult to make generalizations, of course. But statistically speaking, yes, there are always genres that do better than others. Quite tricky to predict these trends, and then if you spend 2 years making a game, then the trend might already be different again. Generally, I think a good strategy is also to make games that you would like to play but that don't exist yet. For example, for Thronefall, I think this was certainly sort of the way we went. We knew we wanted to play or have a game like this, but there wasn't anything like this yet. That's generally a good sign. Then you just gotta make sure that there are actually other people who want it as well. And you also have to make sure that it's reasonably scoped. Okay, actually I just wanna check the scale of these. I don't know why I'm keep building so much stuff. Just show me how big you are. Very, very big. And you move in a funny, funny way. Oh no, the wheels are coming. Oh no. Very, very enjoyable. They are perfect. Oh, So first things first. And then secondly, I think we scale them down quite a bit. I still want them to be big, like I still want them to look threatening to units. But they don't need to be that big. Okay, let's check the size now. I spilled my food because of the wheels. Make them spawn from the sky like they're falling. I think they have a bit of a drop animation. I like the idea. I like the idea, by the way. Ah, yes, see that looks more like it. Ah no, they don't have a drop animation, they have sort of a scale up animation, a brief one. So there are a couple of things about these wheels. These are, I said, these are the difficult enemies, and I definitely meant that, because these can't really have a normal strike attack. These ones will have to deal damage by rolling over stuff, I think. Or maybe not, I'm not quite sure. But one thing's for certain, they definitely need to be fast. Freaking I want them to be fast. Oh, they are already fast. How much faster can I make them? I think the small spider is the fastest enemy we have. 15. Okay, so 15, everything up to 15 is fine. Because there are certain speeds, if we go over them, enemies will start glitching through walls. But 15 seems to be fine. Let's try 15 then. Ain't nobody got time to wait for so many wheels to spawn. What if it spins and attacks you with its spikes? Kind of like a flail, but a siege machine. So you mean it turns over and spins? Or does it just spin in place? Maybe because they are so large, they're going slower. Yeah, but I specifically designed them because I wanted a fast siege engine in the game, because we have plenty of very, very slow siege engines. What we don't have is a fast siege engine. So I do want a fast siege engine. Whee! I think I changed the wrong variable. Or did I? Why did some of these die so quickly? Some things are still very, very weird here. They have quite a bit of health. Why did they all die so quickly? Oh, they have the fast moving tech twice. That siege engine looks cool. Meanwhile, I've been modifying translation to be able to load my custom level scene. Preparing for generating. You are modding. Curious to see it. Since they are spinning so fast, what about sawing or grinding sound when they attack? That would probably be good. That's a good question you bring up. Why were they spinning so fast? Was it just because I made them faster? Auto attack. Body. BB. Where's the rotation animation? Raise the roll. Speed multiplier. Yeah. Let's play with that a bit. What if they don't spin as fast? Because that felt like they're not really touching the ground anymore. Yeah. Custom level loader would be awesome. I agree. Let's not waste any time. Let's just show me your spin speed. Yeah, that looks more reasonable. Still looks a bit weird, right? Just these random wheels coming in there. Oh no, the wheels are coming! And they still feel like they don't have any health whatsoever. What's killing them so quickly? That's a lot of wheels. Would increase the rotation speed a little bit. So you think they should spin a bit faster than they're actually going. The nightmare wheels, yeah, we'll all have nightmares tonight. I just quickly have to investigate what's killing the wheels, because they have a crap ton of health, and for some reason they're just dying. Maybe they still have an explode script or something. See that? They have so much health. Yeah, they self-destruct. The nightmare wheels self-destruct. Well, that makes them a lot less scary, doesn't it? Self-destruct when in range. Yeah, how about we don't do that? See, I knew something was off. I think logically speaking, I don't think the wheels should be... Not sure they should be that great against buildings, but they should certainly be very, very good against units. I don't know. Something about this looks so wrong. Maybe they're still too big. And they make slimy attack sounds, of course. A little experiment. What if we connect them in the middle here? Then also this capsule in the middle here. That doesn't really help. That might help a little bit. I really like the idea of a siege engine that is just a massive wheel, but I was already quite aware that it wouldn't be the most easy thing to look right. Maybe put gears in them to make them more believable. Maybe. Feels like a lot of centerpiece. Potty, I see enemy design time. Indeed, we've already designed 2 enemies and we're currently at the 3rd, final and probably most difficult one. The wheel! The horror, the nightmare. Yeah, they do look a lot better now, don't they? Oh, they look scary. I like it. Yeah, they're better. That's better. Better. Okay, I'll quickly clean up a couple of vertices then, and then I'll have a look at the error messages, and then we'll figure out how to make them attack. Because can't quite be the way it is now. Alright, maybe merge by distance is the easiest thing here. Merge by distance. And then we probably do have a bunch of unnecessary surfaces in here. Remove those faces. And we can also remove like a professional. Oh. Did I remove them from both sides? Okay. Fair enough. And then, but here these are missing faces, but I think that was completely unnoticeable, so might as well save on triangles here and just do it like this. Good. That's the model cleaned up. Maybe spikes on both sides? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Give a big hug to the castle, yep, that's what they do. That's what they do. So I think now we just completely remove their attack script. Or will a classical attack still work here? Ideally, that would be the most pleasant. Okay. It's the attack animation. What kind of animation is this here? Is this for the spawn-in? Not entirely sure. This one most certainly is not needed anymore. This is unit spawn up here, then what is this? From to animation. Scale position animation. I think the easiest thing will probably be to make it bounce forwards a bit for its attack. Okay, if it just bounces in any direction now, that would already be good enough. Let's see what it does. Time to take the wheel. Hey, you've been with Yen too much. Come on. Wheels, attack my troops. Show your attack animation. Show us what you've got. Aha! Not bad, not bad, not bad. They have a dodge now. Okay, but that means it is triggered correctly, which is already all I wanted to know. It's just not the correct direction. I assume Y is also not the correct direction, so the correct direction is probably this. And for the duration, we also want this a lot shorter. Let's try again. What GPU do you have? I don't know. I don't know. One of the more recent NVIDIA GPUs, definitely a good one. Okay, show us your new dodge attack. Which direction will they dodge in now? And they're still bumping sideways, aren't they? Or is it backwards? Or is it random directions? Now it's down? I can't quite tell. They seem to do whatever they want. But I'm also not even convinced that this is the correct path to go anymore. Jonas, the wheels are just dumb. Thanks for the feedback. We can also brainstorm other ideas for fast siege engines. They are free. What do you mean? They're work in progress. They do whatever. Ah, you mean they are stupid? That's what you mean. Ah, okay. Now I understand. Please fix the noise. Is it too loud? The noise. Let me listen into the stream. That's what you... Oh. Where's that coming from? Is the noise better now? Okay, it looks better now. Thanks for letting me know, cause if nobody told me, I would have just kept going and never noticed. Thank you, thank you. Well, that's why it's important you just scream at me and bother me. Alrighty. So, but what do we do with the wheel now? Should we try to go for a different fast siege engine? Or should we try to make the wheel work? What's your intuition? Trust your iteration process. Yeah, thank you, thank you. That's what we're doing right now. We're iterating together. Is that done by pure code or by Unity's AI? What do you mean? What would you mean? Wheel. Okay, we'll try to make the wheel work. Fine. We have to admit it's an original concept for a siege engine. Ah, man. Okay, let's see. So the attack animation applies to the pivot. Does the pivot even rotate? It probably does. I'll just make the direction a bit stronger again so we can see what's actually going on. I feel like first of all we have to figure out why this is not working. Make them deadly hamster wheels. Should we put a hamster inside? I think Nico's asking if the wheels are a custom AI navigation or Unity's built in NavMesh. It's neither nor. It's a third-party pathfinding system called A-Star. And A-Star is in itself not a... I know that's not a system, it's an algorithm. But the plugin itself is also just called A-Star, if I remember correctly. Okay, they do attack forwards. I don't know why, but that makes him even scarier. No, but I think we can very clearly say this ain't gonna work. And this ain't gonna work as an attack animation. So the next thing we should try is a spin attack animation. Let's try a spin attack animation. Oh. Spin. Now I'm afraid we might have to add another pivot in the pivot. Attack pivot. Then we just build a similarly shaped curve here. And for the spin, that is X. Okay, let's see how the attack animation looks now. What if the wheels were very slow, but could roll over your walls? Hey Zundriel, I'm trying to specifically make a fast enemy. That's the very point of this enemy, is to make it fast. I want one fast siege engine in the game at least. Also, spoiler warning, but I already made another enemy that can go through walls, so we don't want to give people even more stuff to complain about. That looks much better, doesn't it? Just needs to be supported by a sound effect and maybe a proper particle visual effect. But I think we're getting there. You're saying, wait for it. Let me cook, okay? Let me cook. I guess their IQ is higher now. Do you think you will end up making modding tools for Thronefall once it's released? I don't think so. But I very much hope that the community will do that, if they so desire. And the wheels are learning. Yep. I mean, let me cook. We'll make this work. First of all, sounds. We're not gonna make any new sounds now, but we're at the least gonna pick some sounds that fit a bit better. Maybe the catapult attack sound for now. Or the ram. I think we'll try the catapult. For the death, siege, and for the damage, also siege. That should already make the sounds a little bit better. And now for the attack. There it still has the exploder auto attack. Let's give it the wheel auto attack. The wheel! With slightly higher range maybe. Because it's quite a big enemy. Here it spawns the simple unit attack. Now let's freeze that, duplicate that, turn that into the wheel attack. Wheel attack. Okay, now we get to play around a bit. First of all, this sprite here. This is... Oh, what even is this? Now this one should stay a bit longer, and then we can put a particle effect on this, but we need to be careful because these things attack often and we do not want the performance overhead to be too crazy. Brrr. Perfect. I didn't even have to try. Or my dust particles. Ah, here. Smoke. Where the frick is your size? Here it is. Okay, now we're slowly getting there. Let me cook, let me cook, let me cook. So I think there's stop action disable. Why does it keep looping? There's some way to make this non-looping. Fine, we'll do it like this then. I'll do like 5 spawns. Now it can fart. Downwards, you think, but I think it's spinning in this direction, isn't it? I have to figure out which direction it's spinning in. I think that might be the stuff. I don't think we need the sprite. Let's see. I think he means the shape. Great farting wheels. On the top. What's happening? There's a shape. Unfortunately, I'm unable to follow the conversation. Please try again later when your Jonas is working again. I'll just check out how our farting wheels look like. It looks like they're rotating forwards when they attack, but I'm not sure. They just rotate very quickly. Oh, you're only interested in attacking buildings? I see how it is. We were basically just telling you that looping is the second to top option for the wheel animation. Oh. Okay, I guess we managed to fix it a different way. It's not really looking that great, but I'm not sure if it's really our problem. I think this might also just be a Paul problem, and we focus on the gameplay. Okay, so let's one more time get the wheel attack in here. Right, so just as an experiment, instead of farting up, maybe farting down. Oh god. There's no way that's better. Honestly, ideally the way I imagined it in the beginning was probably even something like this. Which will probably look cool, but it will also be pretty annoying performance overhead for a simple attack animation. You know, something like that. That does look kind of good. Let's reduce the amount of particles, maybe. We'll give it a go. Would be cool if they could constantly run through units, attacking them as they burst through. I agree, that would probably look better on them. Yen spitting facts. Just out of laziness, I'm just trying to give them a normal attack animation now. So I don't have to write any new code. Well, I have a feeling we might try that in a second. Sometimes the attack animation is also just not rotated correctly. Or the unit is not rotated correctly. Maybe I removed something about the unit rotation. Not that it really matters. But the thing is, if it can roll through units, then we still probably have to figure out some way for it to attack buildings, right? So I might need an attack animation like this one way or another anyway. Where's the rotation script? Appear. Rotate. Ah, yeah, right. I removed the attack from that for some reason. So now it should rotate in the direction it's attacking. When attacking. Maybe give the particles a little gravity. Yeah, maybe. Once we decide that this is the path to move forwards with. Which I think is still up for debate. I mean, it looks kind of okay. Looks like it's swirling up a bunch of dirt. Yeah, see, not too bad, not too bad. Right, that's kind of alright. Is it bad practice for prefabs to have their own canvas? That's a good question. I would assume probably yes. Oh no, you broke something in your system. Damn. I guess time for myself to rewrite the entire scene animation system. Uh-oh. Scene transition animation system. Yeah, I mean, I don't think adding modding support to this game is an easy task whatsoever. I can't really make you a lot of hope there, but we do things because they're hard, not because they're easy. It spins one way, but the particles go the other way. Does it? I think the solution to the truth is it kind of goes both ways. Because we have this animation curve here, so it goes forwards and then backwards. So we should probably just do a line animation, to be completely honest. Then at the very least we can tell which direction it's going on. Jonas, could you review my game design? Not play, just see. I mean, send me an email, and if I have time, I will reply. If not, then just no hard feelings. I just probably didn't get around to it. Oh, I accidentally built a wall. I think they're rotating in the correct direction now. I don't know. So what are we thinking about that way? Maybe we also just give them very, very customized movement. I'm really not entirely sure. I mean, it ain't bad. It ain't bad. We got something. We certainly got something. This one is still... Sometimes it's a little misaligned. I'm not entirely sure why that is. Hi Jonas, if Thronefall has 13k viewers, how many downloads does it have? What do you mean 13k viewers? Where does it have 13k viewers? We're at... not even at 1k, we're at 0.1k with this live stream now. Reviews! I can't read. That happens to Paul so often. He explains me something and then I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Why have you not done this and this? And then he's like, I just told you! So a good rule of thumb for reviews to downloads is around the factor of 50. So you multiply by 50 and then you have the rough number of downloads. However, there is a bit of a margin of error, of course. For some games it's quite a lot more, for some games it's quite a lot less. Looks like they are digging. Well, they're kind of digging. They have spikes and they're spinning. Let him cook. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not really the visual cook. I'm the gameplay cook. So our main challenge should definitely be to get the gameplay where we want it to be, and all of the visual work I do is more or less just to figure out the vibe and if it fits in the game, that sort of stuff, and then the visual polishing is for Paul. So the main question is more or less just, do we think this works? Do we want the wheel to attack maybe in an entirely different way? That's more the question I'm wondering about now. Are you using dots? I wish, but we don't know. Alright. The wheel. So I think I do want to write a custom movement script for them just to make their movement a bit more uncontrollable. I think I don't want them to move like normal enemies. I think I want them to spread out a bit more and stuff like that. The question is, can we just inherit from the Pathfind movement enemy script? I guess we can just try and find out. What about it is driving into things? Seems kind of intuitive. It's a magical world. The other siege engines, like the catapults, are also kind of driving themselves. It's RTS logic. But I definitely know what you mean. It's sort of like, how can they move so fast? But I think as Thronefall is a universe with magic, I think it's somewhat explainable. I think the siege engines are just all enchanted. Oh god, inheriting from this will be such a nightmare. Maybe we just occasionally disable the movement script. Nah. I mean, we can try. What would I even change? Randomize the target positions a little bit, perhaps. What about it just driving into things? Seems kinda intuitive. Yeah, that's what Yen said earlier as well. Oh, you mean... Oh, I think you know what... I think you know what you mean. I think I know what you mean. You mean it just keeps spinning when it attacks, right? Just keep spinning, whatever it does, it just keeps spinning. Actually, that's kind of a big brain idea. For the attack, we should probably try that. Jonas, will there be procedural terrain generation? No. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, I think rewriting the movement system just scared me. It scared me, but I would love for it to move a bit differently than other enemies. But first of all, I have to think of what exactly or how exactly it should move differently. This enemy is tricky, man. So for the attack animation, let's say we do not do the spin animation. So we unbind that, disable that. And then we actually also don't do the raise roll animation. But instead we're just always spinning the wheel. That would be a very easy solution, but it might work. maybe make it pause and do a spin dash. Unfortunately, I haven't played Sonic, but wasn't that roughly what we just did, where it stops and then when it attacks it spins in place? Or is a spin dash like dashing forwards at the same time? Wheels are not big enough. The bigger we make them, the better their attack animation has to look. Also, the bigger we make them, the more likely it is they're gonna roll over your walls. We don't want that, do we? Okay, that's not quite spinning fast enough. But yeah, I see what you mean. They don't necessarily even need the attack animation, maybe, if we do that. I think that might be a pretty simple way to go about it. Let's disable all of the particles. And just speed up the rotation speed. I think this looked promising. Sometimes the simple things work best. And then we just reduce the cooldown so it attacks a lot faster. It was more of a continuous damage. Simple is good. Can't wait to see the new trees. Those are my favorite. We shall see what Paul comes up with. I kinda the longer we spend on this map, the more used I get to these trees. But we shall see if Paul comes up with something better. Oh, that feels right. That feels right. God dang it, you were right. Yeah, I think that's it. That feels so much better than anything we've tried so far. Yeah, that feels right to me personally. I like that. Good idea. Mega, yes, yes, I know. We're definitely keeping that. Add a bit of dust. To their tail, or where would you add the dust? Feels like they need to sound heavier. They sound light. Yeah, they certainly sound like they're made of wood at the moment, which I think is okay. I think we can treat them as if they were made of wood. But also sounds will be for Paul to figure out, and I'm pretty sure we'll change something here because it seems inefficient to play 4 of those attack sounds every second. That doesn't seem ideal anyway. With such a fast attack speed, probably a better way to do that. Make it a bit faster. The rotation or the enemy. If we make the enemy faster, I wish I could make the enemy faster, but I don't think it's a good idea, because then it will glitch through walls. We unfortunately have some sort of maximum speed, and I think it's around 15. You want some particles flying from the contact point, so where's the wheel attack here? What you mean is more like particles flying from the wheel. So what you mean is more like something like this, from the particles flying from the attack target. Is that what you mean? Maybe also under them as a tail. I mean, we could also just have a continuous particle spawner here, if that's what you mean. There's a bit of delay on the stream, so I'm not entirely sure what you're saying. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. Then maybe we try this and make it a continuous stream of particles. Emission. Let's put it here in the body parent. Yeah, just unpack the prefib. And then we make that a world space simulation. If I find the correct toggle. Local world. Okay. Then for the attack we disable those particles again. Dust appearing, then it's attacking from attacking point, angled about upcoming from structure. Under wheel trail too, so we only did the under wheel trail. I mean, if we had infinite performance and could add as many particles as we want, then sure, we can do all of that. Now let's try to strike some reasonable compromises. I'm not sure if that's necessary, to be quite frank. I feel like it produces a bit of unnecessary clutter. Maybe when not moving. I actually agree that it looks pretty good when they're not moving. But when they're moving, then maybe they shouldn't do that. How have you been recently? I have been good. Very, very good. Thank you. Maybe put the wheel in the ground a bit to accurately show that it's digging. It's more like scratching the surface, right? Its goal is not necessarily to dig. Wheels are scary now. I think we keep everything as is for now and just wait for Paul to do his visual pass on them. The only thing we worry about now is the gameplay. I think they're in a decent enough space where we can tell that this is probably gonna work, this is probably gonna make it into the game. And that's all we need to know for now in terms of. So what we do now is we fix up the behavior of this a little bit. Make sure that the balancing feels about right, and then we start balancing some waves. Those enemies are really neat. Really neat. Thanks for that one. Okay, we have the wheel with an attack range of 5. Keep distance of 0. Just get as close as you freaking can. And you shouldn't just go for buildings. But you should not go for flying. And you also don't really care about walls, I guess. Let's check out the damage numbers. Are just 3.5 in general against anything. I can live with that. Question is, should it deal splash damage? I'm a bit like, doesn't really have to be the case, right? So one thing that would be an important experiment is now, how would it look for the wheels to... By the way, is the music volume fine? Not sure where we ended up now. Getting a lot of strange songs all of a sudden. Lots of stuff with vocals. Let's check out the soundtracks maybe. Okay. If splash, keep it in a low area. But I don't even think we need splash necessarily. Music volume's okay. Wonderful. No noise on my microphone either. Okay, okay. So yeah, what I want to try now is just a little gameplay experiment. I want to see how it looks and feels like for a ton of these wheels to crash into a really big army of mine. Just in terms of how they behave now. So let's say we have, once again, 50 wheels. Do the wheels have acceleration? I don't think anything in the game has massive amounts of acceleration. I think everything has a little bit of acceleration, but because of the pathfinding and stuff going around corners and so on, like momentum-based movement is a bit tricky. They're not physically based or anything, just following paths. Okay, let's build a big-ass army. Start with a couple of knights. Let's continue with some fire archers. Let's get some spears. Those are supposed to be decently good against these wheels. Couple of longbows. So now we have a nice clump of units. What happens if they collide with wheel? Let's watch the magic happen. Yeah, I mean, intuitively, they probably need to deal more damage to units. What splash damage? Splash damage is basically damage in an area instead of just applying to a single target. We could also try to make the wheels push units a bit more. I feel like that would also be very good if they just are more pushy. Or they don't necessarily even care about being blocked. Layer 2, what if they only collide with layer 2, which I think is enemy units? So you can't as easily body block them. Let's try that. Could you make their path so it's a bit more spread out? I wish, man, I wish. That would be nice. I'll see if maybe I can find a way to do that. I talked about that just a few minutes ago. This constant rebuilding of our army will be over once we start the actual wave balancing. I have a better workflow for that then. Just for the time being, this is unfortunately what we gotta do. Okay. So what I want to see is I really want the wheels to push my army around. Yeah, they are a lot more pushy now. Already a lot better. I think they should probably deal a bit of splash damage, or they should deal more damage to units. But probably they should deal some splash damage. Let's try giving them some area of effect splash damage. Wheel. The wheel attack. Splash. Splish splash. Probably roughly in this area. Would be good. So now when we go to its attack, and we just move all of its damage to splash damage. The entire army was taken down rather quickly. Jesus Christ, you are all so funny. Let's build another entire army. And this one will really be taken down quickly. Because the wheels have splash damage. Careful, they have splash damage. More enemy, more units. Fire archers. Fire archers. Good, now they're doing no damage. 0. That's exactly what I wanted. Wonderful. Could they deal damage if they run over your units while driving to buildings? Yeah, I guess they could. I think the only thing we would have to change for that to happen would be... first of all, we need to make them deal damage again, because that's not working. But I also like the behavior of them grinding into your army and just chewing it up that way and pushing it back as they go. That also seems cool. So, but first of all, first things first. Why do they not deal any damage? Why? Why? Why are you closed? Here we have the wheel. It's clearly attacking because we can hear the attack sound. It's dealing splash damage. And we do have a splash area. Oh, we do not have the layer mask defined. That explains everything. Receive damage, receive damage. Okay. So what I think what you are saying is we could just not make them target units. And then maybe not have them rotate to their attack target. We can try both, okay? Let's once again try this behavior, and then let's also try your idea of them just essentially ignoring units and just going for the buildings. I think both ideas could work. Let's see what they do to our blob of army now. Oh yeah, the splash damage feels a lot better. I feel like that that is more what you would expect to happen. Even though that was completely chewed up. Oh, they chase me as well. They should probably not chase me as much. Ah, leave me alone! Even though that's kind of funny. But they should probably not chase me. Okay, you know, that did look pretty good. I liked that. But just for the sake of it, let's make them only focus buildings now and see how that feels. Yeah, now they're dangerous. Now they are freaking dangerous, man. Obviously, I don't think there will ever be that many wheels at once, except for maybe in Eternal Trials if you're unlucky. Alright. That's the auto attack priorities. Where's the... Here's the movement priorities. So here we can just say that it only goes for buildings. And then we should probably also remove the rotation script again, that it rotate. I will leave that. Reminds me of the wheels from Dark Souls. I'm not familiar with those. A swarm of wheels is scary. You think there should just be a random army of wheels? This game has made me feel barrels with wheels. True. True. The Barrel Knights. I think they might make a reappearance in this level as well. As this is intended to be a Siege Engine themed level. Thronefall is a secret horror game. Now it certainly is. So now the thing is, these wheels will not stop for our army anymore. So we need to put some other targets here, like a couple of towers and stuff. And then we shall have a public vote if they should only aim for buildings or if they should also aim for units. This is the version that only aims for buildings. And ignore the wonky rotation as it moves through the units. That is something we can fix. But even still, I personally have to say I think I prefer the version where it goes for the units as well. We can have another comparison if you want to. So let's just remove the buildings here again. What if those wheels went one direction only and were fired from a larger machine? Then it would, then the game would turn into some kind of bullet hell game, I assume. Maybe the boss could do something like that, who knows. But these are just regular foes. You like the second more? Any more thoughts on this? Should the wheels go for the buildings or should they stop to grind down your army first? Leave your vote now. We need some more opinions. Can't make a judgment on just one decision. One chat message here. Could do both. They're both cool. Okay, I mean, if you don't have any strong opinions, then I think I'll go with the one I personally like better, which is the one where they just roll over your army fast. I think I like that better. But the fact that they're all chasing me, they should not do that. Is there a way to have it only go for melee people? Yes, there's also that option exists as well, sure. There's also the option to only have it go for units when units are nearby. That would also be an option. I meant both at the same time. You mean some of them attack buildings and some of them... Yeah, Putty says both looks better, yeah. So they just attack whatever's closest. If buildings are closer, they attack the buildings. If units are closer, they attack the units. I don't think spreading them out is our main concern. I think it is now because there's so many of them. I don't think it's necessarily gonna be a problem in the campaign because, for example, we can just spawn them in a lot slower and not as many at once. So one thing I want to test is how one wheel interacts with spear enemies. Or let's make that maybe two. With spear units, because in theory I would want spears to counter the fast wheel unit now. I am doubting if that is the case because of the splash damage we added now. But in a perfect world where I could have what I want to have, the spears would be a good counter to those. Are the spears a good counter? Are they? Or will they get shredded within seconds? Oh, I fear for the latter. Oh no, they are a good counter. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I think that looked alright. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I think we're about ready to start building the level then, except for what the frick are these error messages? It's just the typical Unity thing once you... Okay, doesn't seem to be anything hugely problematic. Alright, Jesus Christ, it's getting very, very warm here. The sun is shining. The computer is heating up the room, the lights are heating up the room. Yeah, it's getting very warm. But we'll start balancing the enemy waves now. And I think we have about another hour or so. I think we might make quite some good progress on that. So the general process for this is that I just add one placeholder wave at the end here. And this placeholder wave is something that is very easily identifiable, maybe just one weakling or something ridiculously silly like that. Then we need to decide on the starting gold, and then we need to decide on what the first wave is supposed to be. 11 starting gold feels about right, to be honest. And then for the very first wave, which of our enemies do we want to introduce in the first wave? I feel like the wheels would be an okay start. Well, we could also start with... There are plenty of enemies to choose from now. Maybe Barrel Knights? Maybe Barrel Knights? I feel like the Iron Towers we want to save for a little bit later, because they're kind of badass. And the airships especially we want to save for later, because they are very, very badass. Just joined. Hi from Australia. Hello, hello. Thanks for tuning in. Stay hydrated. You're so right. I ran out of water. I think I'll grab some real quick. But what should the first wave be? First things first. Yeah, we'll start with one wheel from which spawn? I think the closest spawn we have is the top left spawn. So we'll start with the top left spawn. And then behind that, maybe a couple of archers or crossbows. We didn't have crossbows for a long time as well. Crossbows are a bit mean for the first wave. Let's do a couple of archers. Let's say 10. Spawned in relatively slowly, and then they can give quite a bit of gold in the beginning here. Let's say 7 gold in total or something. And then we just apply that. Then we go to the level select. And then the fun begins. Then the playtesting begins. And then we luckily don't have to play from start every time, because the save load system should be up and running, should be working. We can enable our hidden level markers. Where are they? Levels. Yep. And then we need to enable the scenes. And there we go. Playing Freifort for the very first time. You're experiencing it live. Wow. Wow. And generally the way I like to test them is without any perks, because I very much know that people are still gonna struggle. It is the way it is. I'm intentionally making it a bit harder for myself so that other players will have a more realistic chance of beating it. Okie dokie. This looks exactly the way it's supposed to. Now this is a bit mean, because theoretically spears would be the counter to the wheel. But spears are most definitely not the counter to archers. And also we want to get our economy going, so I think we at the very least need to get a mill here. Maybe scarecrows for later. Then I guess we could afford... Yeah, then we can't really afford anything else. Ah, no, I should have gotten the gold mine. That's way better value than the mill. But it's okay, we're making some intentional mistakes. Okay, that wheel is quite scary in the first round. I think I'll take that back. I think I will not be here in the first round. I was a little bit like, whew, Jesus Christ, what's coming? Yeah, no. That will make for a cooler moment later in the run. This is a bit yikes in the first night. Never mind though, we don't really even have to go back to the scene. We can just go to the enemy spawner prefab now. And just modify the enemy spawner prefab to spawn, let's say, barrel knights. 3 barrel knights instead. And then we can also increase the starting gold, I think, a little bit to 13 or something. Yep. Sauna with Jonas. Indeed. Wait a second, did I just waste all of my money on... That was such a reflex. That was not what I meant to do. So now let's pretend we're actually smart and we build the gold mine. And then we build... Can you defend this with just a tower? It's gonna be difficult. I think we need units. I think a sane person would probably build berserks here, because as we know, berserks are the only unit that works against barrel knights. The invulnerable barrel knights. We need to do some double checking later if it still plays okay if you don't build berserks. This wave looks manageable. I think this wave will be okay if you build a different counter. Very nice. So now the fun essentially comes from imagining the next wave. What would we want to spawn in next for it to stay interesting and enjoyable and all that? I think next up we would definitely want to have an attack coming from here. But I don't think we're quite ready for the wheels yet. The wheels are very, very scary. I also don't think we're ready for the towers yet. So I think we'll have to make do with existing enemies for the next wave here. Let's duplicate that wave. This is actually Baron Knights and Archers. And this... Man, I have to go to the bathroom and the music is playing water sounds. This is so mean. Top left. Top right. I'm a dum-dum. I have to open this prefab, otherwise there's no way to assign the spawn lines. My instinct tells me we want a ram. One ram. And behind that, flails. Spearmen. Oh, we also didn't have monster riders in a long time, but they're very, very fast. I think they're kind of too fast to keep up with the RAM. I think maybe 3 flails and 3 crossbows, something like that. Wait a second, I gave 10 coins here in the first round. Jeesh! That was not intentional, but I guess it is what it is now. Rams, flails, crossbows. I mean, if we have so much gold, we might as well spawn a couple more. Can you please check your Discord DMs after the stream? I really need you to respond to my message so my life can be completed. This sounds like I'm prepared for a troll message then. Okay, got it. I just want spiders coming from the cave. Okay, okay. We'll do that next. Fair enough. Continue. We have to click the continue button and hope that it's saved correctly. But if we assigned all of the IDs, then it should have saved correctly. Yes. Good. So now we can just keep playing with this new wave, and we'll keep going like that all the way to the end. And yeah, final boss fight is probably something we'll not be able to do today, but we'll do a couple more waves. So now we build this mill. And we do have much gold. What the hell is this song? Yeah, anything. I don't really care. So now do we build a tower or do we build... Like we could. The problem I have when playtesting is honestly oftentimes how good do I want to play? Because I think if I play well, then I just go very, very heavily on economy here. And for example, I could just place an explosive mill here. And I think with that we're already pretty okay. If you want to be fancy, maybe we can even try activating this shrine here. And if we want to be extra fancy, we could also activate one of the helicopter landing spots for even more extra gold. Okay, I think I'll intentionally play a little bit suboptimal. Let's say we build a tower here. Oh, that's quite an evil wave, actually. More difficult than I expected. Also, we did not manage to debate anybody into that one. Alrighty, and that's how it continues. You get the idea. I will let you experience... we don't really have any epic waves coming up. It's a problem. Let's spawn 100 wheels again. Or maybe 2? Or we'll do just with the spiders from the cave now. Spiders from cave. And then we select cave as the spawn line. And small spiders as the enemies. And then we spawn 73 of them. For 8 coins total, or something like that. And with that, we successfully crafted something for you to watch while I go to the bathroom again. Has it ever happened to you that bugs appeared the next day? If yes, what's your approach? Alright, I don't really know what you mean. Here you have the proof. The spiders are coming from the cave, alright. What else should we build? Pro would probably start upgrading. For example, ranged attack. I've been told that's pretty good. And then maybe houses. Alright. I have no clue if that's enough to defend our little mill here, but you tell me when I'm back. The spiders are destroying everything. How wonderful. No! Oh no, it completed the day? Damn it, that means the game is saved now. But they killed everything. Okay, let's restart. New game. More spiders. We're getting super overrun, but somehow the spiders got defeated. How did that happen? Unfortunately, it was off screen, so we will never know. What the frick am I doing? Cheating 200 coins. It's the muscle memory. It gets to you sometimes. Will there be a portal or gates to spawn for enemies or something like that? They just spawn in on the level borders. Why do I keep doing it? I have to stop looking at chat. Apparently I can't focus on playing and reading at the same time. So, good strategy here. Now we just for the sake of it, we try to build a suboptimal counter like a tower. Like a tower is certainly not the correct thing to build here, I think. But we pretend that we're playing suboptimally, as many players will. I think most players here, I mean, if they're smart, they're definitely gonna build the gold mine and then maybe a house. Is this enough to defend? It doesn't look like it. The barrel knights are pretty scary. Yeah, towers are good against archers, but they're not good against barrel knights. Okay, you can't counter the first wave like that. Maybe we make the first wave a little bit easier, just a little bit. Let's say we go with 2 barrel knights and 6 archers. And then we can also decrease the amount of gold to a more reasonable range. And also make this wave here a bit easier. Is this a tower defense game? Yes. I would certainly describe it as a tower defense meets real-time strategy. No worries, completely fine to ask. No worries whatsoever. So, I know it with all of my heart that a lot of players will defend this with a tower, so that's what we'll do as well. Yeah, now you can distract the barrel knights. So this is a possible defense now with a tower, which is fantastic. Now we can try to be a bit smarter about this one this time. I mean, if you want to defend against spiders, we turn this into an exploder. But we do know there will be quite some big flying enemies later. We do have some insider knowledge on that, so we shall use that. There's no way around it. We do need some units now. The crossbows are pretty scary. Yep. That should be very possible to defend, and here come the infinite spiders. The infinite spiders. I have no clue how that went last time, so I think I just have to see for myself. Oh, also one thing we did not do yet is adjust the pricing of the walls. I think in order to do that, we also have to restart the game. But let's check out this wave. Is now a good time to upgrade the castle center? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is a good time to upgrade the... or is it a good time to build the other mill? Questions over questions. I think we upgrade the castle center. All of these options do definitely have their place. I think the reason I'm just going with the standard one all the time is because kinda the most middle of the road, and I wanna see how it plays if you play middle of the road. Okay, so what else? I don't think we have unlocked the gold mine. Ah, we do. But obviously building that now would be very stupid. What we could do is build explosive mill here. And then defend from here. That will probably be quite big brain. And then we have 2 more gold for a house. Or am I playing too good again? They use comma for decimals. I'm not sure where you saw that. But in Germany, generally we use comma for decimal, yes. But as far as I know, in the game we use dots. Oh, I see what you mean. That is that is a lot of spiders. Jesus Christ. That is certainly too many spiders. We need to find a way to make this, like, even if you don't build explosive mills, it should still be defendable. Which I don't think it would be without explosive mills. Let's try 25. Continue. Okay, now we just need to rebuild those buildings again. Range. And this time we defend without explosive mill and just build another mill here. Maybe there's a way to... Oh, we also have the Harbors. That's something I completely forgot about. How could I forget about the harbors? And we also have the temple, which is once again placed in a position where you will completely forget it even exists. I think I might have to move the temple to somewhere more in the center of the map. Even though I like our little cult here. But then again, it doesn't really matter if people forget that the temple exists. It's a voluntary feature. So, I guess we build the tower. I guess we build maybe another tower. I didn't upgrade the castle center this time. Okay, let's at the very least build another house then. I hope we can defend against 25 spiders. Oh yeah, getting a bit dicey. But it looks like we estimate that perfectly. Oh, nom 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 nom. Perfect. So I think it's time for a first bigger attack from the bottom here. And the question is now the time for the wheels? Is it time for the wheels? I love your games, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think it might be time for the wheels. It's time for the wheels, isn't it? What if you add signs to some of the maps? Like an interactive object? Oh, I mean, hopefully the maps shouldn't be so large that you get lost on them, right? Temple of the North or something like it might help your problem. I'm not sure if it helps the problem. I think it would more likely help maybe the world building or something, which some people also have complained that our world building is a bit lacking, which is fair enough. It's wheel time. It's wheel time. Now it's time to scare the player out of their mind. So generally, I think a good practice when introducing new enemies is to only spawn one enemy type. So I don't think we're gonna spawn any other enemies with this, so that all of your attention can go to just the new enemy type. Wheels. Okay, we do have the wheel. Let's say we spawn 2 of them in the middle and give you 8 coins. So hyped for the wheel. Yeah, so surprisingly so am I. What are some of the Unity packages you use? I think one that would be important to mention is A-Star for the pathfinding. Then for the inputs we use Rewired. For the inspector we use Odin Inspector, which has some useful editor tools and stuff like that. But actually, there are a couple more for feedback. I think we're also using shapes. Quite a couple, actually, now that I think about it. Make it really OP. I shall try. Big question is, can we kill the wheels in the shrine radius? Because if we can, that would be kind of nice. Get an upgrade. Get the gold mine. Get spears. Can we build spears already? I don't think we can. We get those at level... We get our next melee units at level 3. So I could build some archers. Or I could build a hero. I don't even think the Firewing can keep up with those wheels. Also it deals reduced damage because it's fire. I think actually Golem is probably okay here. Oh, we could get so much money from summoning the extra enemies. But then we don't see the wheels. It's kind of a conundrum. We do want to see the wheels. Maybe we should put the helicopter landing spots more like on these plateaus or something. I mean, having them in the back of the base I think makes sense gameplay wise, but it's not very fun to observe here. In case you're wondering, what they do is you can decide on additional enemies you want to spawn from here, and if you do, these enemies drop some extra gold, which is a fun mechanic and probably something we could do now. But yeah, not doing it. And yeah, potentially we'll move those somewhere else, we shall see. Oh man, that wheel got destroyed. I can't believe I'm saying that, but we need more wheels. We either need more wheels or we need beefier wheels, but I think we need more wheels. Surprising. Very surprising. Okay then, I would say 4 wheels. Final offer 4. Double. 5. 4. Because obviously it's not guaranteed that you have a golem, and I think golem is a pretty good counter. 4 wheels it is then. Okay, we all agree. Handshake, wonderful. 5 wheels! Have you lost your mind? More wheels. More. Okay, we'll do 5. But if anybody complains that it's too many wheels, I'll tell them Phoenix Remastered is the one you should blame. Six! Nah. More wheels, more wheels. More wheels. You can take our freedom, but you cannot take our wheels. What did we do with the remaining gold last time? This could work though, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Who's at 5 wheels? Who was it? Oh, they still have this issue that they follow the player. Ah, did we never fix that? I think maybe 3. Maybe 3? Final offer 3? Three, 4. I think 3 should be fine. 3 should be fine. Maybe 4. I think when in doubt, we'll rather do 1 less, cause this you also have to remember this is the first time players encounter this enemy. They probably don't really know what to expect unless they read the description. Oh, cool! Translation's already working. Dum 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 dum. You also have to remember, if you don't build the golem, I think you're a lot more screwed here. Oh, I still didn't fix the issue of them chasing me indefinitely. Yeah, see. 3 is the sweet spot. You have to remember, if you don't have a golem here, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be very rough. I have no doubt in my mind we'll get some. This is difficult enough. Okay, next wave. I'm thinking what would be really cool now would be if we finally get to use all of our entrances at the bottom here. And I want to use an enemy that we haven't used in a long time. Monster Rider! I want a very nice Monster Rider invasion. From everywhere. Everywhere! 30 gold. See, we have 30 gold to defend. We can spawn lots of Monster Riders now. He playtesting. I'm balancing waves. We've already designed 3 new enemies. Now we're just deciding when to spawn them. Alright, so we taking our Monster Riders. Monster Rider. And then we want to spawn I think about 15 from every direction. Middle, bottom right, and then bottom left. No clue if that's too much or too little, but it's my best guess for what we can handle at this point. You love the big spinning wheel, yeah, they're pretty cool. They're fun to kill, but it's also kind of fun to see them shred your stuff. Both is fun, although I assume some players will disagree. Bunch of monster riders, maybe a wheel or two. I show you already have wheels again. Like that's dilute. That's you know that's making the wheels feel a bit less special. We do want them to feel special, don't we? I think we want to have a nice surprise comeback moment later, where suddenly you get lots of wheels. Oh, this is a tricky problem now. Cause how the frick should we defend this? Should we build walls, or should we build towers, or should we build explosive mills? I mean, explosive mill is kind of a hack here, but it is what it is. Would be very nice if we could manage to enable this shrine. I've heard longbows are pretty good against humanoids now. Before we spend all of that, we do also want to invest a little bit into economy. We'll use the archers as bait. To bait the monster riders into this corner. Excuse me! Don't go for the mine! No! Come here! Oh, my beautiful mine. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I sent all of my units to the other side. Okay, we managed to activate the shrine at least. Let's check on our mill up here. Oh no, 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 what have you done? Oh, that's quite a mean wave. Might be a bit too difficult, but it's okay. So what now? Let's maybe just have a look at the enemy loadout to see our options. So we have archers, we have barrel knights, big spiders, blood wings, some without the image for some reason. But you know these guys from Wildbach. The crossbow, the catapults, the crossbows, the exploders, flails, big flails, flyers, flying wizards, furies, ghosts, which are from the last level I made. Giraffe slimes. Hunterlings. Hunterlings I haven't used in a very long time. And also spears I haven't used in a while. Maybe Hunterling spear? Quickslings I haven't used in a while either. And then of course for later in the level we still have the towers and the wind boats. Maybe we activate the cave again, but we just had that one wave before that. Maybe we have another attack from the side, the one from the flanks. Hunterling and Quicksling. That is certainly an interesting combination that I've never heard of before. Have you ever tried enemy spawning in the middle of the base, like through portals? There's a mutator that does something like that, that just spawns the enemies essentially randomly all over the map. It renders the walls a bit useless. And also there's one boss fight that kind of does that as well. On the ice level. You like the idea of Hunterlings? I very much like the idea of Hunterlings as well. I also like the idea of Quickslings. I just don't know how well Hunterlings go together with Quickslings. So here we have the monster riders. So I think the Hunterlings are a pretty good candidate to come somewhere from the side, because they're not necessarily gonna go after your economy and stuff anyway. So we can totally have them come from top left. That's completely fine for those. And then maybe we can have some siege engine nastiness coming from the bottom middle. Or maybe even from the bottom left to make that mine a bit more difficult to defend. So we can have maybe 3 Quickslings. And they might arrive together with just a couple of standard melee guys. Just so that they're not quite as easily snipeable. Maybe something like that. Might be a lot too easy, might be a lot too hard, we shall see. Hunterling, Quicksling. The boss is a giant semi-truck. Kinda. I somehow messed up the spawn position of the Hunterlings. Hunterlings, you should come from top left. I gotta say, it's pretty crazy the amount of progress we made in just 2 days. Certainly has to be a new speed record for building a level. Oh no, I accidentally spoiled the final boss fight, the final level. It's not built yet. It is not built yet. Oopsie McDoopsie. This is where I wanna go. Okay, we have 30 gold to defend this. I'm not sure if there's too much to be worried about. Maybe we just build wind spirits here and then we should be pretty fine. Wind spirits here. Then I can worry about these guys here myself. Build a sniper tower here. We could upgrade the harbor. And we might also just grab a cheap upgrade for the king here. Oh. Okay, well, these hunterlings, they ain't gonna do much. Now the question of was it too easy or too difficult, I think we can answer with it was too easy. I think, maybe I'm wrong. It certainly felt too easy for me personally. These hunterlings, they can be more, they can spawn in about twice as fast. Quick slings, why not 4 melee units, why not 20? Let's have another go at this. Does streaming increase productivity? We talked about this a while ago. It comes with some upsides, like, for example, you can't browse Twitter or get distracted with emails, but it comes with some other distractions, so it's a win-lose. Also, we can close Blender now, I'm pretty sure. Alright. So we'll do the same strat again, except for this time we can just stay down here. Those hunterlings will come down anyway. Upgrade that. I mean, instead of sniper towering that one at the top, we could also sniper tower this one. Probably makes more sense. And then we even have gold to build another harbor. Then we could even build another house. You find that the productivity gains win over the drawbacks? Probably. I have to say, for me personally, I'm not sure. It might really be either one. Okay, that felt pretty well balanced now. now we have tons and tons of gold. Like the exponential is taking off. We have 50 gold now. Next round we will might have 70 gold. So now I think is about either we bring in the very chunky flying guys, or we bring in the towers. What do you think? What do we bring in next? I think we'd bring in one very, very big concentrated attack in the center here, with lots of normal enemies plus a bunch of towers. How does that sound? I think we're gonna try that. Maybe you should add an interest mechanic on the gold. You mean to limit the exponential nature or to accelerate the exponential nature even more? I mean, the fact that the economy is so freaking exponential is definitely one of the biggest balancing regrets in hindsight. But it also comes with some advantages. For example, if you manage to get ahead on economy, it's very, very satisfying if you just crush all the enemies. So, but if you get behind on economy, then it feels very frustrating because it feels like there's nothing you can do. But it's too late to change now. We've discussed this a bunch, and yeah, I don't think people would be happy if we make any big changes to economy now. Let's call this big tower attack, and we shall have some towers, some iron towers. Let's do 5. It's also time for... Is it already time for catapults? I think the very big siege push is for later, right? Maybe it's time for a bunch of barrel knights. Maybe try something like that. Money you don't spend between rounds does something. Oh, you mean like the interest perk we already added? You mean like that? At the beginning of each night you gain 1 gold for every 3 gold you have in your chest. To make the exponential even stronger. Yeah, we already have that, Enemies which get stronger for unspent gold. Oh, that's also interesting, but generally speaking, you will always spend all of your gold. The only reason where you wouldn't spend all of your gold is if you're going for high score, because you get high score for unspent gold at the end of the game. But even then you'd still spend most of your gold in the early rounds. Why are you coming from the wrong direction? You shall come from the middle, please. Do you have a perk which makes houses spawn peasants? Nope. We have a perk that makes houses shoot, which does a similar thing, but with a lower performance cost.
Because we do have to very carefully limit the amount of units, unfortunately. So keeping it somewhat controllable is generally what we're trying to do. Just popping in to say that your video about the best ways to search for a game idea was excellent. That must have been quite a while ago, because can't even quite remember. But happy you enjoyed it. Thank you, thank you. Question is, do we upgrade the castle center? We do have to grab the very least upgrades if we have so much gold. I really like the vibe of this level. It's nice. We probably just want more units. More units and then more economy. I have a feeling this might already be enough to defend here. Get some bonus towers and the rest we put into economy. If we can find a good place to invest it. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Okay, now it's raining. The weather does whatever it wants, man. Whatever it wants. Retreat! Retreat! Don't kill my longbows. Stop. Okie dokie. Yikesy bikesy. I think you can... Not sure if the microphone picks up on the rain, but it's raining quite heavily now. Jesus Christ. There was a difficult wave. I think we need to make it a bit easier. I think we do need to make this a bit easier. Just a little bit. Other than that, I think it was very cool. I liked it from a fantasy perspective and so on. This was cool. Just maybe instead of 40 archers, maybe we do 30, and instead of... I mean, the iron towers were not really the problem, to be quite frank, right? So we can do 5 iron towers, but like maybe also say a couple fewer baronites. There we go. This should be fine. This should be fine. You can hear the rain. Just a little bit, just a little bit. I bought Thronefall because of these streams. Ha! Already worth it then. Only 12 hours of work and already earned a couple of cents. Nice! I hope you enjoyed though. Thank you for the support. All jokes aside, we do of course appreciate it. Get some upgrades, get some upgrades. And, okay, I mean, one thing we also have to consider is that we spent quite a bit of gold on upgrades. Now the remaining gold on economy, or how did we do last time? Such a wasted tower. Frick me. We could of course also build the temple now. And have ice rain on those enemies. That would probably be quite effective. I think just for the fun of it, we shall do that. Ice shall rain on your heads, you fools. Oh no. It's not as effective as I thought it would be. Yeah! We got a juicy hit on those archers though. And on those archers. Okay, it was worth it. I wish I could stop my units from suiciding in. And even now it's still a difficult wave. So I think we're fine. I think we are fine. Let's collect my units here. Like, units running in one by one doesn't really do much, but it looks like the shrine is taking care of it. Okay, see. Still very much difficult enough. Very, very much so. Do you have any enemies that are aura based, like healing, buffing, protecting? Actually no, we don't have any healing enemies yet, no. Oh, and there's one aura based enemy. But I can't spoil that. It's from the level you haven't seen yet. What about controlling units while you're in the down state, or is it already a thing? Good point, good point. I sometimes wish that would be possible. And I mean, we can of course do that. Let me think if there's anything speaking against it. Probably not, except for that it's reducing your 10-second punishment for dying a bit further. Oh. There's one guy coming. How do we defend that? Is it time for the airships to make an appearance, or is it time for the wheels to come back? Questions over questions. Now let's check out the last couple of waves. Sometimes it's good to remember what we had before. So first wave was Barrel Knights and Archers. Then we had the Flails, Rams and Crossbows. Then the Spiders from the caves. Then we have 3 wheels. Then we have the big Monster Riders all coming from the bottom. Then we have the Quickslings and the Hunterlings. And now we just had the big tower attack. Maybe now we can have... When were the last spiders? Quite a while ago, so I feel like it's time to spawn something from the cave again. cave rush. Maybe some medium spiders this time. 15 spiders, something like that. I would also love to have some racers, because the racers would force you to start building some walls. So far you did not really have a good reason to build walls. So I wonder if we could just have some racers from the bottom right, and quite a lot of them. Like 40 or something. And then maybe also some flying enemies, because we don't have that many waves left. We have to, if we want something in this level, we better start putting it in now. So in terms of flying enemies, what do we want? Do we want... Oh, we didn't have the wizards for a long time. Flying wizards. They could be coming from... I don't want to spread the spawns over too many positions. But why is this coming from middle? This is coming from the cave, this is coming from the bottom right, then maybe this is coming from the bottom left. Okay. Potentially quite a difficult wave, I'm not sure, we shall see. Putty had the same thought I did, airtime, for sure. I think we're warming the player up to air attacks a little bit now, and then for the next wave we can spawn our airships. And then we've introduced all of the new enemies. And can start ramping up for the big finale. And just from the looks of it, this looks like a fun wave. It's a nice puzzle to think about. I probably want a wall of here. I just want a wall of everything, especially if the walls are so dirt cheap. Let's try to get at least a little bit of extra gold from the helicopter spot now. I think we can handle 2 wasps here, especially because we've already built an accidental tower here. So that should sort itself out automatically. Can we do a similar thing here? Maybe, but then we risk losing our gold mine. Well, actually, this is probably a good way to intentionally destroy your gold mine for the sustainable mining perk now. Yeah, this gold mine here we can just surrender for this round. Just not anyway. We're gonna keep that. For the flying enemies, I mean, Maybe just castle towers, I'm not really sure. What to best do against these. You can defend here. But the archers stay behind. And then the remaining bulk of our army can go somewhere here with archers positioned on the top cliff. And these berserks, they are actually, I think they'll be quite good at tanking the wizard shots, because they do have explosion resistance. Or maybe a bit more defense on this side. Bunker tower, actually, I think bunker tower will be good here. It looks like it's a bit out of reach, but I think it'll be good. And now we have a bit more gold. I mean, we could spawn some more enemies here and just snipe them ourselves. Maybe we do that. No risk, no fun. Yeah, okay. Maybe not the best decision, because that gold mine is definitely gone. And one house. Okay, we can live with that. Let's help our troops. How's the other side looking? Pretty fine, pretty fine. Uh-oh. Something got through. Panic. How did they get through? Did they freaking glitch through the wall again? God damn it. How did they get through? I would have loved to see it. Or did they slip by here somewhere? That wave was almost a bit easy. But I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to fine-tune that on my second playtest run, probably. It felt fun to defend and set up for, at least, so that's good. I've never changed a Unity project's name exactly. Why would you change it? The working title was Simple Siege, which is a horrible name compared to Thronefall. But we didn't really bother to rename. This here looks a bit odd anyway. I hope that's where the spider slipped through. And I think it is. Okay. So what now? We're starting to approach the end game. It's probably time for wheels. But this time we should send something with the wheels. Or is it time to send the big ships? I think my gut feeling actually tells me it's time for wheels again. So we have another little surprise moment for the ships next wave. The big spiders and wheels. Maybe. Or we give them the wheels some smaller support. We need an instant replay. Oh god, no. I'm not coding that. Cave. Wheels. Maybe pair the wheels with other fast enemies. How about that? I will spawn them from all of the bottom positions for sure now. Wheels. But they're not, shouldn't be coming from the cave. Let's get 5 from the middle, 5 from left, 5 from right. If there's a wheel boss, name it Big Wheelie. There's not gonna be a wheel boss. There's gonna be, at the very least, according to the current plan, there's going to be a moving castle boss. But it's not entirely set into stone. What do we want to come with the wheels? What do we want to come with the wheels? Monster Riders again? Or spears? Spears would be kinda mean. Oh, well, we're at it. Let's finally fix the pathing for the wheels. They should not chase after the player. Do not chase the player. Thank you very much. Barrel Knights? Any Barrel Knights fan out there? Nah, Monster Rider, I think. Or maybe a different support from every direction. That's probably a more interesting defense problem to solve if every wheel is supported by different units. I like that. I'll do that. Part left, part right, middle. Okay, I hope I didn't make any mistakes here. Let's check it out. Barrel Knight next wave? Maybe. Maybe. Or we... I mean, at some point there's gonna be a very, very, very big siege. Probably a siege-only wave. With all of our favorite siege engines. I think the final wave before the boss fight will just be massive, massive siege wave. Okay, so we have 5 wheels and different support units from every direction. I think that looks quite interesting at first glance. Of course, if there's a wall here that we can block off later, then maybe we should have another run by here later that you can So that you can get to use that wall in case you build it. We don't want to have a pointless wall there. Yeah. Time for the sniper tower for sure, and time for the castle center upgrade for sure. I wonder if it's time for godly curse. Level 2 castle center upgrade, there are a lot of attractive options now. I find it hard to decide, which is a good sign. We'll go with the middle of the road again, just for playtesting sake. And now we finally get access to our other barracks, which I'm pretty sure we're gonna need. We should get some fire archers. Definitely should get some fire archers. As well as some knights for tanking crossbows. This could potentially be quite a dicey wave. Maybe we upgrade the harbor now. Give me a minute. I have to split my units pretty well here. Put some up here. Oh, that's the fire archers. They don't have as much range, so I think we just put them behind the walls. And the longbows certainly go up here. Some more fire archers just in the mix here. I feel like we do want to have slightly more saturated defenses here on this side, because we have a mill here and we also have the gold mine here, even though the gold mine is probably out of gold by now. Okay, we're out of gold. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. The wheels, they are pretty scary. Oh my goodness, yeah, they are scary. Oh, they broke through, they broke through. They are scary, but also not overpowered, which is nice. For example, that one has quite a bit to chew on that armor tower. Oh, that nice! That wave felt super nice. For me personally in this playthrough. Who knows about other playtesters who might play this, or other players who might play this later with less economy or something. then that's gonna be a tough wave. Whew. Gotta go, good luck. Thank you, Toby. Please make a first level with 15 more waves. I've been missing some extra big and spicy waves. What do you mean a first level with more waves? Just keep playing the game, you'll get to the more spicy waves, or put on some mutators. Or what specifically do you mean? Lacking some context here. It's time to bring out the flyers. It is time. bring out the boats. Are you going to do another devlog? Yes. A map that goes for long. I mean, one thing that people keep asking for is an endless mode, a true endless mode where you get to keep playing on the same map. That's something people keep asking for again and again and again and again. So Paul and I are pretty close to giving in or trying to find some ways to make that happen. Wind boat. From everywhere. We want them from everywhere. Bottom left. 7. Then we want 7 from the middle. Then I want a couple from the right. Left, middle, right. 7. 7, that's not enough. Let's do 15. 15. Maybe we want to add some flavor units to it, but as this is the wind boat introduction, maybe we don't. Oh, that's 11, that's the 10th wave already. Whew. As a fellow game dev, this is super interesting and fun to watch. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Happy you enjoy. I think it's definitely also for myself personally, I think this is cool to have the full development process of an entire level completely on video. Like we started yesterday with an empty canvas level and now look what we got. This is pretty nice. All built on stream, baby. Is it worth it to build those mills? Let's make the random assumption that we might be able to protect them. It's ballistic spire time. Do we have another hero quarters? Because then it's Lizard Rider time. Okay, we didn't. Okay, we did build some economy on for the windmills. Other than that, we spent all of our gold on towers. I hope we chose wisely. So this is all of the ranged units we have to work with. That's not really a lot of ranged units. And half of them are fire archers, which suck against air. Okay, then of course we have the Lizard Rider. So the melee units, they'll just be meat shield, essentially. I hope it at the very least looks epic. It does look very epic.
I'm not sure how I like the fact that they're coming in without any support units. Okay, you need to retreat. Lizard Rider, you are not doing anything here. Okay. Retreat, retreat. I shall give my personal opinion. It's pretty epic, but fantasy-wise, this feels very weird. Just tons and tons of wind boats coming in. I feel like we need to add some, reduce the number of wind boats and add some other flavor enemies. I feel like they look too bunched up. They should have larger colliders. I mean, we can, yeah, sure, we can make them spread out more. Maybe that helps already. That's a good point. We can try that. So we can, the cool thing is we can keep their damage collider the same and just extend their RVO controller, which is how they collide with other units. So we can just make that bigger. Radius. For example, we can make it encapsulate their whole body like this. This way they will have pretty minimal overlap with each other. I assume that's what you meant, Yen. Let's try the same wave with that, actually. Let's see if that makes it look a bit better. I'd say 10 or 12 wind boats from each spawn max. I also have a coding related question. At default, the parallel noise function is 1 to 0, but to add more variety, I want to set it to -1 to 0. So I think if you want to remap a range from 1 to 0 to -1 to 0, it's very easy. You only have to multiply it by 2 and subtract 1. Very, very easy. Bum 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 bum. Okie dokie dokie. Maybe we build more longbows this time. I think that's kind of worth it because we can retreat those. Maybe even level 2 Lizard Rider can be worth it here, I think. No, I just want the archers and the heroes. There we go. You are with me now. Actually, commander upgrade on the castle center would have been quite useful here. Oh, I see what you mean, Jan. This looks way better already. No, Lizard Rider, no! Run! Run for your life, no!
It does look a lot better, but wind boats only is still a bit boring. Feels more like a bonus map and not like a campaign wave. It feels more like one of the bonus challenges or something. Yeah, but the spacing looks better, I agree. These two probably managed to get inside of each other because the RVO controllers are not tall enough yet. Wind boats, where are you? There. Oh, there's of course no reason why we couldn't just make them higher. Like so. That should do the trick. Hey Jonas, what about 12 wind boats from each area supplementing with small ground or air troops? I think that's the way to go. I agree. Slightly slower spawn interval will also be better. I also agree. Let's say 5 or maybe even 6 seconds spawn interval, then we can cut the number in more than half. 7 is fine. And then we'll add some nice support units on the ground. Barrel Knight time? Barrel Knights, anybody? Ten ogres in the middle. Two wheels, maybe? On the left. Introducing some asymmetry. Maybe some spiders from the cave. We're reaching the end of the level. This is probably 2 or 3 waves left in this level. "12 spiders from the cave. Why not? Why not? Why not?" Oh, you do love the wheels, exactly, that's what I'm saying. What if they never stop moving, but they can fire while they're moving? You mean the airboats? I think that should be what they're doing. At the very least, they're not stopping for units, they're only stopping for buildings. And obviously they do have to stop for buildings, because otherwise what would they do when they get to the castle center? Like, where did you learn to code? Time, patience, curiosity, and also my dad is a programmer, so got a little starting boost there, but most of it I would say is self-taught, and then some of the Unity basics also come from game school. I'd like a main wave in the middle and a couple of blimps supporting from the side. What are blimps though? Are blimps the big boats? Airboats? Don't call the airboats by a different name. You'll confuse everybody, especially me. They're airboats. Airboats. Okay. Now we don't have money for additional archers. I guess we did an oopsie. I'm not patient enough to split my army correctly. So this is already more interesting. That's already a lot more interesting. Maybe we can even save the gold mine. I don't think we can. Archers, what are you doing there? Retreat! Oh no, we have to defend the mill. Okay, I think it's gonna do a good job defending itself. Okay, see, that was pretty nice. That felt a lot better. And now we have to think now we would have to think very carefully which wave to spawn next, because now I don't think there'll be more than 13 waves. So we have 2 more normal waves and then 1 boss wave. I think that's about what we have left. 3 wheels instead? Bargaining to get another wheel? We could. Would make it more difficult though. Blimp is skeletonless. Okay, so it's a similar thing though. That was a good wave? Yeah, I think so as well. That was a pretty fun wave. I think these asymmetries are often a bit more annoying to design, but they're usually more fun to play, because then you have to decide which units to put where, especially if you want to play at a high level. Was Really Snail successful monetary-wise? I would say it was, yeah. It didn't really make super crazy amounts of money, and I spent 4 years on it. So it wasn't like crazy, but it was still decent. It was still enough to keep making games, for sure. Can we defeat the one peasant? Careful. Peasants are equipped with clubs. So now in the next wave, the next wave is the one where I do want to have a run by here on this attack path. wheel run by. Yeah, maybe the next wave is just a full-on run-by wave where we use these side attack paths. And then the final wave is just a massive, massive siege wave where perhaps we do roughly what Ada suggested earlier, where most of it is coming in the middle here and some of it is coming from the sides. Wheels from 3 feel reasonable. How much time did you take to develop Thronefall? Bars. 2.5 years at this point. But not entirely full time. Paul and I are usually doing 3 to 4 day work weeks. But still quite a bit of time. And by the way, in case you're wondering, the other days I'm not sitting on the couch, I'm working on YouTube or doing my taxes or whatever. Yeah. Should we try a run by wave? It would also be a good time to slowly end the stream, but we're very close to the final wave now. That would feel a little anticlimactic, wouldn't it? It's almost been 3 years since we started developing Thronefall. Yeah, that might very well be. Top right and top left enemy spawns feel a bit neglected. That is partially on purpose. But I agree that it is run by time now. It is very much run by time now. The reason why that's on purpose is these are essentially my early game spawns, because in the early game I do not want enemies to walk all the way from down there. That would just take too long for the first waves. But yes, in the late game now, I think it's about time to use them for a fun little run by. Wheels. Did somebody say wheels? I think I heard wheels. Run by. Bunch of wheels from top right. 7 wheels, yeah. Sure. Together with the wheels, I want archers. Archers ready, man. That's Kingdom Rush. Okay. Then the other side. Top left. Now we can decide what we want to run by on that side. Iron towers. That would be a bit mean. But maybe spiders. Spider run by. Racer run by would also be mean. But I'm not entirely opposed to the idea. Maybe we do a couple of racers. And with the racers, rams. 5 rams. And flails. No, spears. We did not have spears yet. Does somebody... Oh. We need the misspelled spears. And they drop tons and tons of gold, which is fine. The slow fast combo. Some racers, some towers. I mean, yeah, I mean, iron towers would have also been a good option. Game of YouTube feels dry. I don't think so. I think there are quite a few pretty great channels. Really enjoying Mark Brown's development series at the moment, for example. Why did I upgrade that tower? Was that entirely point? Oh my god, we have 100 gold. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Can probably get another upgrade, but defense upgrade. More units. Stronger units, more units. Stronger golem would also be useful. It's time for the wall. Generally, people don't really like it when there are attacks coming from two opposing directions, because you can't really keep track of the action as well. And I think I totally understand that. Especially, usually your vision is more like this. So if you want to see what's going on here, it's quite a travel distance, but I think it's okay. And also we have the mini map now. Just stay behind the wall, everybody. There's no reason to come out there. Ah, that's such an easy clap. I think the wave is too easy. Because we have so much gold. That was too easy. Your face is covering the minimap. I know. The alternative I can offer is this. Is this better? Now you should be able to see the minimap next time. Okay, now I did a bit of an oopsie because I let the wave finish. That means the game is saved now and we can't rebalance that last wave. But also, we've been streaming for quite a while. And I think I'm slowly drained out now. But that being said, look at what we built. It's freaking crazy, man. Yesterday morning when we started, all of this wasn't here yet. I would say very, very good progress. We made enemies, we even balanced some waves. Like, this is almost done. This just needs some polishing, some more balancing. The boss fight, very, very nice. I think this was very, very cool that we managed to do this on the live stream. Definitely thank all of you for watching. Very, very nice. Way better, we can see the gold now. Has Thronefall been successful so far? Yes. For my personal standard, yes. The please no. So the question is was that about the, the new webcam positioning or the end of the stream? I'm very, very happy with what we managed to build here. Looks pretty cool. Turned out very nice. Does Danny talk to you still? I've never really talked a lot to Danny. We've exchanged a couple of messages every now and then. Not really sure what he's up to. I still have the sneaking suspicion that he's cooking something up. Will you still get translators for some languages? I think we're, for simplicity's sake, just going for localization company this time. Because community translations for Willy Snell were nice, but also very exhausting and very, very time consuming to manage. Awesome game, thank you so much. Thank you for playing and for enjoying. GG. Can make game on a potato. You can make a game on a potato, maybe with Godot, sure. Which is Godot's perfectly fine. I did not mean to sound condescending or anything. You think Danny's cooking as well? I sort of think he's cooking. I personally think he's cooking, but obviously I don't know. I reignited your modding spirit. I'm happy to hear that. I think the Thronefall community would be very, very hyped about anything that has anything to do with more maps. Everybody wants more maps. And your love for the community. I mean, it's easy to love your community when you depend on them, right? If you hate me, I'm not gonna be able to live off of what I do. So I better try. Discord DMs, yeah, sure, I'll check. Thanks for the reminder. Thanks for an awesome stream. Oh man, I guess I have to work on my game. Yeah, time to work on your game. There are no more excuses now. More streams in the future, please. Alrighty, I'll see what I can do. I think this was pretty fun as well. We should probably do this more often, I agree. Why people don't even consider making mobile phone games? Oh god. Even when some do, it's really generally very low effort. Oh god, no, that's the completely wrong approach. I feel like if you're like, why don't you consider making mobile games? It's very low effort. Oh, no, that's already not gonna work. It does feel genuine from you. Now I lost the context for what you for when you said that. I guess about caring about the community. I feel like generally in the game dev scene it is like that. I feel like generally in the game dev scene, game devs are pretty supportive of each other. Can I add you on Discord? Probably not. If you have any quick feedback requests or something, just shoot me an email or shoot me a message on Twitter or something. I try to not add too many people to Discord because it's very, very distracting. if you constantly get boom, boom. Will you ever stop checking the Willy Snail server? When I'm dead, I will stop checking. I have to admit, I'm checking my servers quite rarely. That is because I trust my wonderful moderators to run things pretty well and let me know if there's anything urgent that requires my attention. For the most part, I think it's working out well. I wish I could hang around there a bit more every now and then. Probably should. I agree with that. But also, as you can see, I'm usually very, very focused on getting things done. So when I have the decision of do I spend time chatting on Discord or do I just keep adding some more content, then I usually choose the latter because I feel like in the end, more people will benefit from that. Do you read the Discord feedback bug reports? Yes, we do get them. Our community, Sasha, collects all of them, and if they haven't come up before, then he lets us know about them for sure. Like if you want to know the specifics of that system, of how we do that at the moment. We have this massive Miro board, right? And Sasha just collects all of the important feedback from Steam, from Discord, from everywhere, and everything that's urgent or important or good feedback or something that we haven't discussed before ends up here. Obviously, if it's something we've talked about 100 times, if it's another person asking for true endless mode or something like that, it's probably not gonna end up here, but for anything else usually does. So no worries, we see everything. We have our eyes everywhere. Yes, Yen is mod on all of the Jonas servers, my very best unpaid employee. Thank you very much, Yen. I really do appreciate that. Stops checking servers and turn off DMs. I try to prioritize correctly to the best of my ability. Like, the thing is, even if I am on Discord and spend some time there, it's like I interact with a couple of people and it's a very big chance most people just miss it and feel like I haven't even been there. Our community, Sasha. Did I say that? Nice. We should make that the official name, our community, Sasha. If you would start game dev journey again, what would you do differently? It's such a cliche, but just hyper focus on making small games. It's really if you want to learn quickly, if you want to aim for commercial success, making tiny but hyper polished games is 100% the way to go. I do believe that. And then once you've had a couple of hits with your tiny games, then you can still think about scaling up. But generally, they're just lower risk, but the potential reward is just as high. And you learn faster. Alrighty. I think that's it for now. Even though the music's picking up again. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. It was very enjoyable. We made fantastic progress. Very, very, very good progress. We built an entire level from ground up, from scratch, in 2 days. Wow, I see a clickbait title, YouTube thumbnail. I built this in 2 days. 2-day game dev challenge. Don't worry, that video is not coming. This text is wrong. Thanks for watching. This see now it's correct. Oh no, I misspelled. Now I have to wait for the correct text to appear on screen.